Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog settled over London like a secret being kept, thick and deliberate, curling around gas lamps that glowed with the tired determination of sentries who'd long since stopped expecting relief. It was the sort of evening when the city seemed to hold its breath, when the clatter of hansom cabs softened to whispers, and even the Thames, that eternal gossip, muttered its stories in lower tones. The air carried the weight of coal smoke and damp wool, of 1,000 chimneys exhaling the day's labours into the November darkness. Somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled 8 times, each chime absorbed by the mist before it could travel far, as if even sound had learned to keep its voice down in such weather. At 221B Baker Street, a single window glowed amber against the grey, a small declaration of warmth in a city that seemed determined to cosset itself in cold. Inside, the sitting room held the particular stillness that comes just before something shifts, that moment when the world pauses between what was and what will be. The fire in the hearth had settled into a contemplative state, no longer crackling with youthful enthusiasm, but breathing steadily, casting shadows that stretched and contracted across the wallpaper with the rhythm of a sleeping giant's chest. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, grey eyes fixed on something only he could see. The pose was familiar to anyone who knew him. The absolute stillness of a mind moving at impossible speeds, cataloguing, analysing, dismissing. He had been sitting thus for the better part of an hour, ever since the evening post had arrived with its usual assortment of inquiries, invitations he would decline, and, tonight, something rather more interesting. Dr. John Watson sat opposite, a medical journal open across his lap but unread for the past 20 minutes. He'd learned long ago to recognise when Holmes had caught the scent of something, that particular quality of attention that suggested the detective's formidable mind had found a puzzle worth turning over. Watson himself found puzzles exhausting before breakfast, and merely tolerable afterward. But he'd also learned that his friend required these mental exercises the way other men required food, or sleep, or the occasional kind word. Without them, Holmes grew restless and impossible, likely to conduct chemical experiments that made the wallpaper peel, or to play the violin at 3 a.m. with what Watson generously termed experimental interpretation. The note that had arrived lay on the side table between them, a single sheet of expensive paper bearing neither signature nor return address. Watson had read it twice, finding it both intriguing and vague in equal measure, which he suspected was rather the point. "Mr. Holmes, it is said you concern yourself with the impossible. I write to inform you of an impossibility that has occurred not once, but 3 times in the past fortnight. Her Majesty has been observed in 2 locations simultaneously, with credible witnesses to both occurrences. The matter is delicate beyond measure. Should you wish to investigate, attend the reading room tomorrow at noon. Come alone, though your faithful Boswell may accompany you if discretion can be assured." A concerned subject. The handwriting was educated, the phrasing careful, someone accustomed to weighing their words before committing them to paper. The paper itself bore no watermark Watson could discern, though he'd held it up to the lamplight like a man trying to read his fortune in tea leaves. Holmes, naturally, had examined it for all of 5 seconds before setting it aside with an expression that suggested he'd learned everything from the ink's composition to the writer's dietary habits and current state of anxiety. "You've determined who sent it then," Watson ventured, knowing that breaking the silence was rather like tossing a pebble into a still pond. The ripples would spread regardless, but at least he'd know which direction they were going. Holmes responded, which wasn't technically an answer, but carried enough affirmation that Watson took it as one. "A man of means, certainly. The paper is Belgian, expensive without being ostentatious. The choice of someone who values quality but doesn't wish to advertise it. The ink is German, a particular formulation favoured by those who keep extensive records. The hand is educated but rushed, suggesting genuine concern rather than theatrical invention, And the reference to my faithful Boswell indicates someone who reads your chronicles, Watson, which narrows our field considerably, while also suggesting a degree of, let us call it studied casualness. People who are genuinely casual don't work so hard at appearing so. Watson felt the familiar mixture of admiration and mild exasperation that characterized most conversations with Holmes. You learned all that from the paper? From the paper, the phrasing, the timing of delivery, and the choice of meeting place. The British Museum's reading room, Watson. Not a private club, not an office, but a public space that is simultaneously anonymous and distinguished. A place where two gentlemen might meet without comment, where conversation can be conducted in whispers that won't carry, and where the presence of guards provides both security and witness should anything untoward occur. Our correspondent is cautious, connected, and genuinely frightened. Not for himself, I think, but for something larger. The Queen, Watson said quietly, his gaze drifting back to the note. The implications were staggering when one actually stopped to consider them. Seen in two places at once, that's impossible. Hence its appeal, Holmes replied, and there was something almost tender in his voice, the way another man might speak of a beloved. The impossible, Watson, is merely the improbable wearing a more dramatic coat. Our correspondent has done us the courtesy of presenting a genuine puzzle, not a case of misplaced jewellery or domestic intrigue, but something that strikes at the very heart of how we understand reality. If the Queen can be in two places simultaneously, then either we must revise our understanding of physical law, or— He paused, and Watson could practically hear the gears of that magnificent mind turning. Or someone has found a way to create a very convincing illusion. And illusions, my dear fellow, require infrastructure, preparation, accomplices, motive. The fire popped softly, sending up a small shower of sparks that danced briefly before dying. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows like something alive, like something curious about the warmth within. London was full of secrets tonight, as it was every night. The city held them the way other places held rain or sunshine, as an essential characteristic of its nature. But this secret felt different, heavier somehow, weighted with implications that extended beyond a simple case of mistaken identity, or overwrought witnesses seeing what they expected rather than what was actually there. You think it's a conspiracy, Watson said, and even as he spoke the words they sounded melodramatic, like something from one of the more sensational penny dreadfuls. But Holmes didn't laugh or dismiss the suggestion. Instead, he finally moved, reaching for his pipe with the deliberate care of a man performing a ritual. I think, Watson, that we live in an age of marvels and anxieties in equal measure. Victoria has reigned for nearly half a century, longer than most of her subjects have been alive. She's not merely a woman, or even a monarch, but a symbol, an institution, the very embodiment of empire and stability. To suggest that symbol might be duplicated, replaced, or undermined. He struck a match, and the sudden flare of light carved his face into sharp angles and deeper shadows. Well, that strikes at something rather more fundamental than mere politics, doesn't it? Watson considered this, his mind turning over the implications of the way one might examine a strange object found on a beach. Interesting, certainly, but potentially dangerous if not handled with care. Victoria was grieving still, even these years after Albert's death. The country knew it, felt it, that persistent melancholy that had settled over the monarchy like a veil that never quite lifted. She appeared in public less frequently than she once had, and when she did she seemed smaller somehow, diminished not in authority but in presence, as if grief had worn away some essential vitality. The country loved her for it, and worried about her in equal measure, the way one might worry about a beloved grandmother who'd grown suddenly fragile, which made the idea of someone impersonating her both audacious and strangely plausible. If she was seen less often, if her appearances had become events rather than regular occurrences, then the space between those appearances became territory where doubt could flourish. A clever impostor wouldn't need to fool people for long, just long enough to be seen, to be witnessed, to plant that seed of impossible possibility that would grow into rumour and speculation. You'll take the case then, Watson said, because really there was never any question. Holmes was already moving in his mind, already assembling the pieces of a puzzle he hadn't yet fully seen. "Oh, I think we must," Holmes replied, and his smile was the sort that Watson had learned, meant either brilliant success or spectacular danger, and possibly both. The alternative is to allow this particular impossibility to remain unsolved, and that, my dear Watson, would be unforgivable. Besides, he added, gesturing with his pipe toward the fog-shrouded window, it's far too nasty an evening to venture out for anything less than the impossible. If we're to brave that particular soup, we might as well do it in pursuit of something memorable. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily, counting down the hours until noon tomorrow, until they would meet this anonymous correspondent and learn precisely what manner of impossibility they were being asked to investigate. Watson found himself already anticipating it, that peculiar mixture of trepidation and excitement that came with following Holmes into the unknown. The detective attracted mysteries the way other men attracted debts or admirers, inevitably, persistently, and with a certain resigned acceptance that this was simply how his life would proceed. Outside, London continued its evening rituals. Somewhere a street vendor called out his wares in a voice made thin by fog. A hansom cab rattled past, its wheels finding every cobblestone with weary precision. The city was putting itself to bed, pulling its blankets of mist close, settling in for a night of fitful sleep troubled by dreams of impossible queens and secrets that refused to stay buried. And in the warm sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes smoked his pipe and planned his investigation, while Dr. Watson watched the fog and wondered what exactly they were about to uncover. The fire burned low, the shadows deepened, and the night wrapped itself around them like a promise, or perhaps like a warning. Tomorrow they will seek answers. Tonight they simply waited, two men in a sea of fog holding vigil against the darkness and the delicious, terrible possibility that nothing in London was quite what it seemed. Morning arrived in London with the hesitant quality of someone who wasn't entirely certain they were welcome. The fog had thinned somewhat during the night, retreating to the river and the low places where it could lurk with dignity, but the sky remained a uniform grey, the sort of grey that suggested the sun had given up trying to make an impression and had settled for merely existing somewhere beyond the clouds. The air carried that peculiar November dampness that seemed to seep through wool and cotton alike, finding its way to skin and bone with the persistence of an uninvited relative. Holmes and Watson had met their anonymous correspondent at the British Museum as instructed, a meeting that had been brief, tense, and illuminating in ways Watson was still processing. The man, a minor official in the Home Office, as Holmes had correctly deduced, had been genuinely frightened, his hands trembling slightly as he'd passed them a letter of introduction that would grant them access to Windsor Castle, and, more importantly, to the individuals who'd witnessed these impossible occurrences. He'd spoken in whispers even in that vast reading room, as if the very walls might report back to some unseen authority, and he'd departed quickly, leaving behind only the faint scent of nervous perspiration and expensive cologne. Now, as their carriage rattled through the streets of Windsor, Watson found himself studying the castle ahead with new eyes. He'd seen it before, of course. It was rather difficult to avoid noticing a structure that dominated the landscape like a stone mountain, all towers and battlements and the weight of centuries pressing down upon the present. But today it seemed different, more theatrical perhaps, as if the castle itself were performing the role of royal residence with just a touch of enthusiasm, the way an actor might overplay their part in the final act. "You're thinking too loudly, Watson," Holmes observed from beside him, though his own gaze remained fixed on the castle. "I can practically hear your thoughts clattering about like marbles in a tin." "I was merely reflecting on how the castle looks," Watson replied, slightly defensive. "Rather imposing, isn't it?" "Imposing is rather the point," Holmes said, and there was that dry humour in his voice that suggested he found the whole business of royal architecture faintly ridiculous. "Windsor Castle doesn't simply house the monarchy, it announces it. Every tower, every crenellation, every bit of medieval posturing is designed to remind the observer that they are in the presence of power, with a capital P. It's theatre, Watson. Magnificent theatre performed in stone and mortar rather than grease paint and gaslight, which makes it, I think, a rather perfect setting for our particular mystery. The carriage passed through the gates after their credentials were examined with the sort of meticulous attention usually reserved for suspected anarchists or unwashed tourists. The guards were impeccable in their uniforms, their faces carefully blank in that way that suggested they'd seen everything and been impressed by nothing. Watson wondered what it must be like to stand guard at a place where history was still being made, where every day was simultaneously routine and momentous. The wages were probably terrible, but the stories must be extraordinary. They were met in the lower ward by a courtier whose name Watson immediately forgot, but whose anxiety was impossible to miss. The man was perhaps 50, dressed in the sort of formal attire that suggested he took his position very seriously indeed, with a high collar that appeared to be slowly strangling him, and a cravat tied with the precision of a mathematical proof. His face had the perpetually worried expression of someone who'd spent decades anticipating disaster and had finally been proven correct. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, his voice pitched low despite the fact that they were alone in a corridor that seemed designed to swallow sound. "I cannot express how delicate this matter is. Her Majesty is not aware that you've been consulted. Should she learn of it, should anyone outside the immediate circle learn of it—" He trailed off, as if the consequences were too terrible to articulate. "We are the soul of discretion," Holmes assured him, though Watson noticed his friend's eyes were busy cataloguing every detail of their surroundings. The portraits on the walls with their eyes that seemed to follow, the polish on the floors that reflected like dark water, the way the light fell through windows designed more for defence than illumination. "Perhaps you might show us where these incidents occurred?" The courtier, Pemberton, Watson suddenly recalled, the name arriving fashionably late to his consciousness, nodded and began leading them deeper into the castle. They walked through corridors that seemed to multiply as they progressed, each one more ornate than the last, as if the castle were showing off its finest features for distinguished visitors. The walls were hung with paintings depicting centuries of royal history, faces rendered in oil and ambitions staring down at the present with expressions ranging from benevolent to vaguely dyspeptic. "The first incident," Pemberton said softly, "occurred a fortnight ago. Her Majesty was scheduled to receive the Austrian ambassador in the Crimson Drawing Room at 3 o'clock. Multiple witnesses can confirm she was there, myself included. The meeting lasted precisely 45 minutes, as protocol dictates, and yet—" He paused before a particular doorway, his hand resting on the brass handle as if steadying himself. At the same time, the head gardener and 2 of his staff observed Her Majesty walking in the East Terrace garden, quite distinctly, close enough to acknowledge their bows. Holmes's eyebrow arched with interest. "And the—" Gardner was certain of his identification. "James has served the royal household for 30 years, Mr. Holmes. He's seen Her Majesty in every season, every weather, every imaginable circumstance. He was close enough to note the particular brooch she wore, a cameo of Prince Albert that she favours. He described it in detail." "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, and Watson could see his friend's mind already racing ahead, constructing and demolishing theories with the speed of a master chess player considering moves. And the brooch? Was she indeed wearing it during the meeting with the ambassador? Pemberton's face grew, if possible, even more anxious. She was Mr. Holmes. I saw it myself, which means either the gardener imagined the entire encounter, which I find unlikely given his character and the corroborating witnesses, or he left the alternative unspoken, hanging in the air between them like the ghost of a possibility too troubling to fully acknowledge. They continued their tour through rooms that seemed designed to induce awe and mild vertigo in equal measure. The state apartments were a symphony of gilt and velvet, of crystal chandeliers that hung like frozen fireworks, of furniture so ornate it seemed less designed for sitting than for admiring from a respectful distance. Everything gleamed. The floors, the mirrors, the very air itself seemed polished to an impossible shine. It was beautiful in the way a diamond is beautiful, cold, hard, and entirely too aware of its own value. Watson found himself thinking about the people who lived here, who navigated these corridors daily, who saw these treasures so often they must have become mundane. What must it be like to live in a museum, to have one's daily life curated and observed, to be both the most important person in the nation and somehow also a prisoner of that importance? Victoria had been queen since she was 18, most of her life spent in these gilded spaces, every moment potentially observed, every action potentially significant. The second incident, Pemberton continued, leading them now through a gallery hung with portraits of Victoria at various stages of her reign, young and uncertain, then confident and maternal, now older and touched by sorrow, occurred 5 days after the first. Her Majesty was at breakfast in the private apartments, witnessed by her ladies-in-waiting. At the same time, a delegation from the Privy Council swears they were received by her in the White Drawing-Room. Both parties describe the same morning dress, the same melancholic demeanour. It's Impossible, Mr. Holmes. Simply impossible. And yet it happened, Holmes said quietly, pausing before a particular portrait. It showed Victoria shortly after Albert's death, her face carefully composed but her eyes betraying something raw and unhealed. The artist had been honest, perhaps more honest than was strictly comfortable, or appeared to happen, which amounts to the same thing where public confidence is concerned. Tell me, Mr. Pemberton, has there been any attempt to photograph these occurrences? The courtier looked startled, as if the suggestion were somehow improper. Photograph Her Majesty? Without her knowledge or consent? That would be potentially invaluable as evidence, Holmes interrupted, though not unkindly. Photography, Mr. Pemberton, has a peculiar relationship with truth. A photograph cannot lie, or so we're told, and yet— He smiled that sharp smile that Watson knew meant his friend had caught hold of something significant. And yet I suspect photography may be central to our mystery. The camera sees what is placed before it, after all. It cannot distinguish between original and copy, between genuine article and convincing replica. They had arrived now at what Pemberton referred to as the photograph room, though Watson thought shrine might be more accurate. It was a smaller chamber, more intimate than the staterooms they'd passed through, its walls covered with photographic portraits of the royal family. Here was Albert in his youth, serious and idealistic. Here were the royal children at various ages, frozen in silver and gelatin at moments now decades past. And here, repeated in dozens of poses and settings, was Victoria herself, photographed more than any monarch in history, her image reproduced and distributed throughout the empire like a secular icon. The room smelled of chemicals and something else, beeswax perhaps, and the faint mustiness that accumulated in spaces where the past was carefully preserved. Light filtered through gauze curtains, diffused and gentle, the sort of light photographers preferred for portraiture. Against one wall stood a camera on its tripod, a wooden box that seemed to stare at them with its single cyclopean lens, patient and impassive. Her Majesty has always understood the power of the image, Pemberton said, his voice carrying a note of pride now, as if they'd moved from discussing conspiracy to appreciating art. She and the Prince Consort were early enthusiasts of photography. They saw its potential not merely as novelty, but as a tool, a way to bring the monarchy close to the people, to make the crown visible even to those who would never set foot in a palace. Holmes was examining the camera with interest, his long fingers tracing its mechanisms with the delicacy of a surgeon. And who operates this device? Who is trusted to capture the royal image? Mr. Caldwell, Pemberton replied. He's been the official court photographer for 7 years now. Quite talented, very discreet. He maintains a studio in the castle and another in London. Her Majesty trusts him implicitly. Does she indeed? Holmes murmured, and there was something in his tone that made Watson's attention sharpen. And where might we find Mr. Caldwell at present? In his studio, I imagine. He's preparing for a series of official portraits to commemorate Her Majesty's Jubilee next year. Shall I arrange an introduction? That would be most helpful, Holmes said, but he was still studying the photographs on the walls, his gaze moving from image to image with that peculiar intensity that suggested he was seeing patterns invisible to others. Watson followed his friend's gaze, trying to discern what had captured his attention. The photographs showed Victoria in various settings and costumes, formal and informal, alone and with family. But there was something about them, Watson realized. A quality of sameness despite their apparent variety. The angle of the head, the set of the shoulders, the expression of weary dignity. These remained consistent across years and circumstances. It was as if Victoria had learned to perform Queen, so thoroughly that the performance had become indistinguishable from the person. Every photograph a carefully maintained illusion of consistency. Or perhaps, Watson thought with a chill, that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. It was the other way around. Perhaps someone else had learned to perform Victoria so convincingly that the photographs couldn't tell the difference. Mr. Pemberton, Holmes said suddenly, turning from the photographs with determination, I would like to speak with everyone who witnessed these dual appearances. The gardener, the ladies-in-waiting, the Privy Council members, everyone. And I would very much like to examine Her Majesty's wardrobe, particularly the items that were supposedly worn during these incidents. The courtier looked scandalized. Her Majesty's wardrobe? Mr. Holmes, that's highly irregular. So is Her Majesty appearing in 2 places simultaneously, Holmes replied. his voice gentle but implacable. "We are well beyond the borders of regular Mr. Pemberton. The question is whether you wish to discover the truth of what's happening here, or whether you'd prefer to maintain propriety while the foundation crumbles beneath you." It was bluntly put, but effective. Pemberton's face worked through several emotions before settling on resigned determination. "Very well, I'll arrange it. But Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, please understand the stakes. If this becomes public knowledge, if there's even a whisper that the Crown might be compromised—" He shook his head slowly. "The Empire rests on certain assumptions about order and legitimacy. Shake those assumptions and everything else begins to tremble." "Then we shall have to work quickly," Holmes said, and quietly. "Come, Watson. We have a photographer to interview, and I suspect Mr. Caldwell's studio will prove most illuminating, in every sense of the word." They left the photograph room with its gallery of frozen moments, its testament to the strange alchemy by which light and chemistry could capture a queen and make her infinitely reproducible. Behind them the portraits continued their silent witness, and Watson couldn't quite shake the feeling that somewhere among all those images, among all those careful poses and official smiles, the truth was hiding, waiting to be developed like a photograph in chemical bath, slowly revealing itself from shadow into terrible, unmistakable clarity. The castle's corridors stretched ahead, full of mirrors and mysteries, and somewhere within them the impossible was happening. Holmes strode forward with purpose, and Watson followed, as he always did, into the heart of the puzzle. The photographer's studio occupied a wing of Windsor Castle that seemed to exist in a different century than the rest of the structure, not older precisely, but more modern, as if someone had decided that progress should be allowed a small foothold in this monument to tradition. The rooms had been converted from what were likely once servants' quarters, their stone walls now lined with dark curtains to control the light, their medieval windows covered with adjustable shutters that could let in precisely measured amounts of illumination. The air held that distinctive chemical tang that Watson had come to associate with photographic work. Silver nitrate and collodion, acids and fixatives, the sharp scent of transformation captured in glass and metal. Mr. Caldwell himself proved to be a man of perhaps 40, with the sort of face that suggested he spent more time behind the camera than before it, pale from hours in dark rooms, with eyes that seemed perpetually adjusted to low light, blinking slowly like an owl surprised by daylight. His hands, Watson noticed, were stained with chemicals despite obvious attempts at scrubbing, the fingertips bearing that telltale silver-black tarnish that marked his profession as surely as ink stains marked a clerk's. He received them with the nervous hospitality of someone accustomed to working with royalty, but not particularly comfortable with it, gesturing them into his studio with hands that trembled slightly. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, his voice carrying the careful accent of a man who'd worked hard to smooth away his origins. "Mr. Pemberton sent word you'd be calling. I confess I'm not certain how I can assist with whatever matter brings you to Windsor, but I'm entirely at your service." The studio itself was a fascinating space, Watson thought. Part workshop, part laboratory, part artist's sanctuary. Cameras of various sizes occupied tripods and tables like a congregation of silent observers. Glass plates were stacked in careful rows, each one a captured moment waiting to be developed or already preserved. Against one wall stood a series of painted backdrops, pastoral scenes, formal curtains, abstract designs meant to suggest grandeur without committing to specificity. There were props as well, chairs of varying styles, small tables, decorative urns, all the paraphernalia required to construct the perfect photographic moment. Holmes was already moving through the space with that peculiar focus he brought to investigation, his gaze taking in everything, dismissing nothing. He paused, before a workbench cluttered with developing trays and bottles of chemicals, picking up a small vial and holding it to the light. "You do excellent work, Mr. Caldwell," he said conversationally. "I've seen some of your royal portraits. The detail is exceptional, every jewel distinct, every fold of fabric rendered with remarkable clarity. You must spend considerable time perfecting your technique." Caldwell relaxed slightly at the praise, which Watson suspected was precisely Holmes's intention. "Thank you, sir. Photography is both art and science, I believe. The camera captures what is before it, but the photographer must arrange what the camera sees. Lighting, composition, the subject's comfort, all these elements must align, or the result is merely an image rather than a portrait." And Her Majesty is a willing subject? Holmes asked, setting down the vial and moving to examine the glass plates. Her Majesty understands the value of photography, Caldwell replied carefully. She is professional in her approach. She knows her angles, her expressions. After so many years being photographed, she's become quite skilled at presenting herself to the camera. In some ways, she's as much a photographer's partner as a subject. Watson heard the subtle note in the man's voice. Not quite disappointment, but perhaps a hint of artistic frustration. The challenge, Watson supposed, was capturing something genuine when the subject had perfected the art of appearing genuine. Every photograph would be technically perfect and emotionally calculated, which was perhaps precisely what royalty required, but exactly what an artist might find limiting. Holmes had moved to a particular glass plate set apart from the others, mounted in a frame on Caldwell's desk. He lifted it carefully, tilting it to catch the light. "This is recent work?" Caldwell glanced over and his expression shifted. Surprise, followed by something that might have been guilt, then carefully assumed professionalism. "Ah, yes, that's from last week's session. Her Majesty commissioned a new portrait series for distribution to Parliament members. I'm rather pleased with how it came out. The lighting captured the weight of her years without being unflattering, which is a delicate balance." Watson moved closer to look at the plate. Even in negative, reversed and rendered in silver and shadow, Victoria's image was unmistakable. The heavy features, the expression of weary authority, the elaborate lace collar that spoke of ceremony even in a supposedly informal portrait. But there was something else, something Watson couldn't quite identify, a quality about the image that seemed slightly off, though he couldn't have said precisely why. Holmes, however, seemed to have found exactly what he was looking for. His expression remained neutral, but Watson knew that particular quality of stillness. It meant his friend had just solved at least one piece of the puzzle. "Mr. Caldwell," Holmes said, his voice deceptively casual, "how many sittings does a portrait series typically require?" "It depends on the purpose and the subject's availability. For Her Majesty, I usually schedule 3 sessions, one for initial compositions, one for refinements, and a final session to capture the selected poses with perfect lighting. Each session might be 30 to 45 minutes. And this particular series, how many sessions?" Caldwell hesitated, and in that hesitation, Watson saw the confirmation of whatever Holmes had already deduced. Just the one, actually. Her Majesty was particularly decisive that day. We completed the entire series in a single sitting, perhaps 50 minutes in total. Quite efficient, really. "Remarkably efficient," Holmes agreed, setting down the plate with careful deliberation. "Tell me, does Her Majesty always attend these sessions alone, or does she bring ladies in waiting, secretaries, that sort of thing?" "Usually there's at least one lady in waiting present, and sometimes Mr. Pemberton or another official. For this session, though—" Caldwell shifted his weight, uncomfortable now. "She came alone, or nearly so. Just a single attendant who waited outside. Her Majesty said she preferred privacy for the work. I thought perhaps she was having a difficult day. Grief still weighs on her, as you know." Holmes nodded slowly, and Watson could practically see the pieces assembling in his friend's mind, forming a picture that was becoming increasingly clear and increasingly troubling. "And you noticed nothing unusual about Her Majesty during this session? Nothing in her manner or bearing that seemed different?" The photographer paused, really considering the question now, his artist's eye evidently travelling back through memory. "Now that you mention it, she seemed lighter, somehow. Not physically. I mean her demeanour. Less burdened. She even smiled once or twice without prompting, which is unusual. Her Majesty carries her grief visibly, for years, but that day she seemed almost relieved of it. I attributed it to a good day, perhaps a letter with pleasant news, something to briefly lift the melancholy. Or perhaps, Holmes said quietly, it was someone to whom grief was not a burden, because it was not genuinely felt. The implications of that statement seemed to descend on the studio like a physical weight. Caldwell went very pale, his chemical-stained hands gripping the edge of his workbench. "Mr. Holmes, surely you're not suggesting—" "That's impossible. I've photographed Her Majesty dozens of times. I would know if someone else stood before my camera, I would know." "Would you?" Holmes asked, not unkindly. "Consider, Mr. Caldwell. You see Her Majesty through the camera lens at a remove, composed and positioned precisely as you require. The sessions are brief, focused on technical perfection. You're concentrating on light and shadow, on the mechanics of your craft. would you necessarily notice if someone who'd studied Her Majesty's mannerisms, her expressions, her bearing, took her place, especially if someone knew they were being photographed and adjusted their performance accordingly? Watson found himself thinking of the theatre, of the actresses he'd seen transform themselves on stage through costume and gesture and sheer force of will. The best performances were those where the actor disappeared entirely into the role, where the audience forgot they were watching a performance at all. Could someone do that with royalty? Could someone study Victoria so thoroughly that they could become her, at least for the duration of a photograph? But why? Caldwell asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Why would anyone? What possible purpose? That, Holmes said, is precisely what we're here to discover. Tell me, Mr. Caldwell, in your profession, you must occasionally work with theatrical photographers, people who capture actors and performers. Do you have colleagues in that field? The photographer nodded slowly, still processing the implications of their conversation. Yes, several. London's theatrical district keeps a number of studios busy. Why do you ask? Because I suspect we need to expand our investigation beyond palace walls. Somewhere in London there is someone with intimate knowledge of theatrical transformation, costume, makeup, the art of becoming someone else. And somewhere there is a woman who bears sufficient resemblance to Her Majesty to be convincing, at least at a distance or through a camera lens. Holmes moved to the window, gazing out at the castle grounds where afternoon light was beginning to slant golden across the manicured lawns. Watson, do you recall that case 3 years ago? The matter of the stolen inheritance? Watson did, though he couldn't immediately see the relevance. The one where the nephew attempted to impersonate his deceased uncle to claim the estate? Precisely. And do you recall what made his deception ultimately fail? He couldn't maintain the performance under sustained observation. Close family members noticed small inconsistencies, the way he held his teacup, a different cadence in his speech. Exactly, Holmes said, turning back to face them. Sustained observation defeats even the best imposture, which suggests that whoever is behind our current mystery understands this limitation. They're not attempting to replace Her Majesty permanently, or even for extended periods. They're creating moments, brief, controlled encounters where the imposture need only be convincing enough to be witnessed and reported. A meeting here, a garden appearance there. Each incident is carefully staged, carefully timed. But to what end? Watson asked. Though he was beginning to form his own theories, none of them particularly comforting. To undermine confidence, Holmes replied. To create exactly the sort of uncertainty and unease that is currently spreading through the palace. If the Queen can be in 2 places at once, if witnesses can no longer trust their own eyes, then what else might be questioned? Her decisions? Her policies? The very legitimacy of her rule? He paused, letting that sink in. It's quite elegant, really. No assassination, no overt violence, just the steady erosion of certainty. And in uncertain times, Watson, people become dangerous. They look for explanations, for scapegoats, for someone to blame. Caldwell had sunk into a chair, looking as if someone had just explained that his entire profession was based on a fundamental lie. I photographed her, he said, staring at his stained hands. Or I photographed someone pretending to be her. And I couldn't tell the difference. The camera couldn't tell the difference. The camera, Holmes said gently, can only capture what it's shown. It's not the camera's fault, nor yours, Mr. Caldwell. You've been made an unwitting accomplice in something larger. But you can help us now. I need the names of your colleagues in the theatrical photography world. Anyone who might have the skill and discretion to advise on such a deception. And I need you to think very carefully about that session. Was there anything, however small, that seemed unusual? Anyone who asked questions about your process, your schedule, your access to Her Majesty? The photographer closed his eyes, thinking, and Watson could see the professional pride warring with genuine fear on his face. Finally he opened his eyes and reached for a notebook. There are 3 studios I'd recommend you investigate, and now that you mention it, there was someone. About 3 months ago, a gentleman came to inquire about commissioning a portrait. He asked very specific questions about royal photography, the protocols, the security, how sessions were arranged. I thought he was simply curious, perhaps hoping to arrange something similar for himself. But he never commissioned anything, just asked his questions and left. Can you describe him? Holmes asked, and Watson could hear the hunter's keenness in his voice. Middle-aged, well-dressed but not ostentatiously so. Foreign accent, though he spoke English fluently. German, I think, or Austrian. He carried himself like military, or former military man, very precise in his movements. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. Foreign, military-bearing, interested in royal protocols, the profile of a potential conspirator was beginning to emerge, taking shape like a photograph in developing solutions, detail by careful detail. "Mr. Caldwell," Holmes said, "you've been most helpful. One final question. The glass plates from that session, the one where you suspect you may have photographed an imposter, do you still have all of them?" The photographer frowned, then moved to his storage area, running his fingers along the carefully labelled plates. His frown deepened. "That's odd. I made 8 exposures during that session. I should have 8 plates, but there are only 6 here." "The missing plates," Holmes said. "What poses did they capture?" "Let me think. One was a 3/4 profile, and the other was a close study of her hands with her wedding ring visible. Both would have shown detail, very specific detail, of Her Majesty's appearance." "Detail," Holmes murmured. "That would be invaluable to someone attempting to perfect an impersonation. The plates weren't misplaced, Mr. Caldwell. They were stolen. Someone needed reference material, and they were willing to risk discovery to obtain it." The studio seemed suddenly colder, the chemical smell more acrid, the shadows deeper. Somewhere in London, Watson realized, someone had photographs of the Queen, or of someone pretending to be the Queen, and was using them for purposes that extended far beyond harmless portraiture. The conspiracy was real, elaborate, and had been in planning for months. Holmes was already moving toward the door, his mind clearly racing ahead to the next steps. "Come, Watson. We have studios to visit and theatrical districts to explore. Mr. Caldwell, say nothing of our conversation to anyone. Not even Mr. Pemberton, not yet. The fewer people who know we're investigating, the better our chances of catching those responsible before they can adjust their plans." They left the photographer standing among his cameras and chemicals, a man who'd suddenly discovered that his art could be weaponized, that truth could be manufactured, and that even the evidence of his own eyes might be a carefully constructed lie. As they emerged into the castle corridors, Watson found himself thinking about mirrors and shadows, about the strange doubled world they'd stumbled into where queens could be in 2 places at once, and photographs could tell truth and lies with equal conviction. London awaited them, vast and full of secrets, and somewhere in its theatrical heart someone was waiting in the wings, preparing for their next performance. The hunt had truly begun. London at dusk possessed a particular quality of transformation, as if the city were an actor changing costume between acts. The daylight commerce of respectability gave way to evening's more ambiguous entertainments, and the streets took on that liminal character, where anything might be possible if one knew where to look. Gas lamps flickered to life like opening eyes, and the fog, that eternal companion of London nights, began its slow creep up from the river, wrapping the city in its familiar, secretive embrace. Holmes and Watson had returned from Windsor that afternoon with a list of names and addresses, carefully transcribed from Caldwell's recommendations. 3 photographic studios, each with connections to the theatrical world, each with the technical skill and discretion required for the sort of deception they were investigating. Holmes had prioritized them based on some calculation Watson didn't fully understand but had learned to trust, and now they stood before the first address on their list, a narrow building, squeezed between a milliner's shop and a tobacconist's in a street just off the Strand. The sign above the door read, "Ashworth and Daughter, Photographic Portraits and Theatrical Studies," in elegant gilt lettering that had seen better days. The establishment occupied 3 floors of the building, with the studio proper on the ground level, living quarters above, and, as they would soon discover, a dark room in the converted cellar where the real alchemy of photography took place. A small bell chimed as they entered, and Watson was immediately struck by the difference between this space and Caldwell's pristine palace studio. Where Windsor had been all careful order and professional restraint, Ashworth's studio was gloriously chaotic, a creative explosion frozen in mid-burst. Photographs covered every available wall surface, actors in costume, society ladies in their finest, street urchins captured with surprising dignity, politicians caught mid-gesture. There were landscapes and still lifes, but primarily there were people, faces upon faces, each one a small study in human character rendered in silver and shadow. The clutter extended to the furniture and equipment as well. Cameras of various vintages occupied corners like elderly relatives who'd come to visit and never left. Props were piled in artistic disarray, Wigs on stands, costume pieces draped over chairs, masks that stared with empty eyes. The air smelled of chemicals and dust, of old fabric and ambition, and underneath it all the faint scent of gin, as if someone had recently sought liquid encouragement for their creative endeavours. "Good evening, gentlemen," came a voice from the back of the studio, and a woman emerged from behind a Japanese screen that was itself covered with pinned photographs. She was perhaps 45, with iron grey hair pulled back severely, and eyes that assessed them with the swift, calculating gaze of someone accustomed to reading character through a lens. Her hands, like Caldwell's, bore the chemical stains of her profession, but she wore them with less self-consciousness, as if they were badges of honour rather than marks to be scrubbed away. "If you're here for portraits, I'm afraid I'll be fully booked until next month, but my daughter can take your particulars if you'd like to schedule something." "We're not here for portraits, Miss Ashworth," Holmes said, and Watson noticed how his friend's entire demeanour had shifted to something more deferential, more respectful. Holmes knew when he was in the presence of expertise, and he paid it the courtesy of acknowledgement. "We're here seeking information of a rather delicate nature. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague Dr. Watson. We were recommended to you by Mr. Caldwell at Windsor." The woman's expression shifted, interest replacing the professional dismissal. She gestured toward a sitting area that had clearly been arranged for client consultations, though the chairs were currently occupied by costume pieces that she swept aside with practised efficiency. "Windsor? That's quite a recommendation. Thomas Caldwell has standards higher than most bishops. If he sent you to me, the matter must be serious indeed. Please, sit. Would you take tea? I'm afraid all I can offer is gin as well, but the tea is genuine, at least." "Tea would be most welcome," Watson said, settling into a chair that protested slightly but held. The studio was warm despite the evening chill outside, heated by a small stove that glowed in the corner with cheerful determination. Miss Ashworth, Helena, she introduced herself as, busied herself with a kettle and cups that had seen considerable service. As she worked, Holmes explained their investigation, or at least the portions of it that could be safely shared. He spoke of the impossible sightings, of the need to understand how such a deception might be accomplished, of the intersection between photography and performance that made their mystery possible. Helena listened without interrupting, her hands performing the tea ritual with automatic precision, while her mind clearly engaged with the problem Holmes presented. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, staring into her teacup as if reading portents in the leaves. "Identity is a peculiar thing," she said finally. "We think of it as fixed, as essential. I am myself and no one else can be me. But in my work I've learned that identity is actually quite negotiable. An actor doesn't simply pretend to be someone else. In the moment of true performance they become that person. The best ones at least. They inhabit the role so completely that the boundaries blur." She rose and moved to one of her walls of photographs, selecting one and bringing it back to them. It showed a woman in elaborate Elizabethan costume, every detail perfect, the ruff, the jewels, the imperious tilt of the head. "This is Sarah Pendleton. She played Queen Elizabeth at the Lyceum 3 years ago. Magnificent performance. But look at this one." She produced another photograph, this time showing a woman in simple modern dress, hair pulled back, expression open and friendly. It took Watson a moment to realise it was the same person. Actors are chameleons, gentlemen. They understand that identity is constructed through gesture, posture, expression, costume. Change those elements and you change the person, at least as far as observers are concerned. "You're suggesting that impersonating royalty is simply a matter of good acting?" Watson asked, somewhat sceptical. "Not simply, no. It requires exceptional acting combined with physical similarity, extensive study, and, crucially, control of the circumstances. No imposter could fool people who knew Victoria intimately for extended periods, but brief encounters, controlled situations. With the right preparation, absolutely." Helena sipped her tea thoughtfully. "Photography adds another layer of possibility. The camera flattens reality, reduces 3 dimensions to 2. Details that would be obvious in person become obscured. Makeup that would look absurd face-to-face appears perfectly natural through a lens." Holmes leaned forward, his tea forgotten. "You've given this considerable thought. It's my profession to understand how appearance can be manipulated. I photograph actors who must transform themselves nightly. I've learned the tricks, how lighting can age or rejuvenate, how certain angles can emphasize or minimize features, how the camera can be made to lie while appearing to tell the absolute truth. She paused, her expression growing more serious. But Mr. Holmes, if someone is truly attempting to impersonate Her Majesty, this goes beyond theatrical curiosity. This is dangerous territory. Which is precisely why we must understand the mechanisms, Holmes replied. Tell me, in your professional network, have you encountered anyone who might possess both the skill and the questionable ethics to assist in such a venture? Helena's face clouded with something that might have been reluctance or perhaps protective instinct for her profession. There are always those who push boundaries, who use their talents for purposes beyond entertainment, but to actually name names, to accuse without evidence. She trailed off, clearly struggling. We're not asking you to accuse, Watson said gently, merely to point us toward possibilities. Lives may depend on it, potentially many lives, if this conspiracy extends as far as we fear. She stood and paced to the window, looking out at the gathering darkness. When she spoke, her voice was quieter, as if worried about being overheard despite their privacy. There's a man named Graves, Sebastian Graves. He runs a studio in Suffolk, near the river. Officially he does theatrical photography, portraits of actors and performers. But there are rumours, nothing proven, you understand, that he also does more specialised work, helping people disappear and reappear as someone else, creating photographic evidence for legal disputes, that sort of thing. If someone needed technical expertise for impersonation, Graves would have both the skill and the lack of scruples. Holmes had produced his notebook and was writing quickly. And where exactly in Suffolk might we find Mr. Graves? Pike Street, number 17. But Mr. Holmes, a word of warning, Graves associates with rough types. The theatrical world has its share of criminals and near-criminals, people who live in the margins. If he's involved in something like what you're investigating, he won't appreciate inquiries. We'll exercise appropriate caution, Holmes assured her. Though Watson noticed his friend's eyes had taken on that particular gleam that suggested caution would be interpreted rather liberally. Is there anything else you can tell us about Graves, his background, his methods, his known associates? Helena returned to her seat, and now her role had shifted from reluctant informant to active collaborator in their investigation. He's French originally, or claims to be, came to London about 10 years ago with money from somewhere and set up his studio. He's technically brilliant, I'll give him that. His darkroom work is extraordinary, able to manipulate images in ways most photographers couldn't imagine. He can make people appear or disappear from photographs, can combine multiple exposures into single images that seem completely authentic. It's artistry in its way, but artistry in service of deception. Has he ever worked with anyone connected to court circles or the government? Holmes asked. Not that I know of directly, but... She hesitated, then continued. About 4 months ago, I attended a gathering of theatrical photographers. We meet occasionally to discuss techniques and equipment. Graves was there, which was unusual because he typically avoids such professional socializing. He was asking questions about royal photography, about the protocols and security around it. At the time, I thought he was simply curious, perhaps hoping to expand his clientele into more respectable circles. But now, given what you're telling me... 4 months, Holmes repeated, and Watson could see him slotting this information into his mental timeline. That would place his inquiry roughly a month before Caldwell reported his own unusual visitor. The conspiracy has been in planning for some time then. This wasn't improvised, but carefully orchestrated. Helena shook her head slowly, a mixture of professional admiration and moral horror crossing her face. If someone has managed to photograph an impostor convincingly enough to pass as the Queen, even briefly, it represents both the pinnacle of photographic technique and its most dangerous abuse. The camera was supposed to be a tool of truth, a way to capture reality without the filter of human interpretation. But in the wrong hands, it becomes a weapon, Holmes finished, a way to manufacture reality rather than merely record it. Tell me, Miss Ashworth, if you were tasked with creating such a deception, how would you approach it? She considered this, her professional mind clearly engaging with the problem despite its troubling implications. I'd need multiple elements to align. First, a subject with natural similarity to the target, similar build, facial structure, colouring. Then, extensive study of the target's mannerisms, bearing, characteristic expressions. Photographs would be essential reference material which explains your missing plates from Windsor. I'd need appropriate costumes, particularly undergarments and accessories that would be visible in photographs or close encounters. And I'd need to control the circumstances, ensure that encounters were brief, at angles or distances that limited close observation, with lighting conditions that favoured the deception. And the photography itself, Holmes prompted? For that, I'd want someone like Graves, someone who could not only photograph the imposter convincingly, but also create supporting evidence, images that could be distributed as proof of the Queen's presence at various locations and times. In an age where photography is increasingly accepted as documentary truth, having photographic evidence would be invaluable for establishing credibility. Watson found himself thinking about the implications of all this, the strange new world they were uncovering where reality itself had become negotiable, where the evidence of one's eyes could no longer be trusted. It was unsettling in a way that went beyond the immediate conspiracy, touching on something fundamental about truth and certainty. Holmes rose, setting down his teacup with decisive finality. "Miss Ashworth, you've been extraordinarily helpful. We'll visit Mr. Graves and see what he might reveal, whether intentionally or otherwise. If you think of anything else, any other names, any other details that might be relevant, please send word to 221B Baker Street immediately." "I will," she promised, walking them to the door. "And Mr. Holmes, please be careful. If this conspiracy is as extensive as it seems, those behind it won't hesitate to protect their interests. Photography may be my business, but I've seen enough of the darker sides of London to know that people who manipulate reality for a living are dangerous in ways that go beyond their technical skills." They emerged onto the street where full darkness had now fallen, the fog thick enough to muffle sounds and obscure anything beyond a few yards. The gas lamps were struggling valiantly against the murk, creating small islands of illumination in a sea of grey. "Southwark, then," Watson said as they set off in search of a cab. "Though I confess I'd prefer to make such a visit in daylight." "Darkness may work to our advantage," Holmes replied, his voice carrying that note of anticipation that Watson had learned could precede either triumph or disaster. "Mr. Graves is unlikely to be forthcoming if approached directly. We may need to observe first, investigate discreetly, perhaps even—" He trailed off, but Watson could complete the thought. "Break into his studio?" "Such an uncharitable phrase, Watson. I prefer conduct an unauthorized inspection of the premises. It sounds so much more professional." There was dark humour in Holmes's voice, but also absolute determination. They were closing in on answers now. Watson could feel it, and with answers would come danger, because the conspirators wouldn't surrender their secrets willingly. A hansom cab materialised from the fog like a ghost ship from mist, and they climbed aboard. "Pike Street, Southwark," Holmes instructed the driver, and they lurched into motion, swallowed by the London night. Watson settled back against the worn cushions and prepared himself for whatever awaited them in Graves's studio. In the theatrical world of mirrors and make-up, of light and shadow and carefully constructed lies, they would seek truth, and pray that when they found it the cost wouldn't prove too high. The cab rattled through streets growing progressively narrower and less respectable, carrying them deeper into London's underbelly, where secrets festered and conspiracies thrived. And somewhere ahead, in a studio that trafficked in illusions, the next piece of their impossible puzzle awaited discovery. Southwark at night was London with its mask removed, not the respectable face presented in Mayfair or Westminster, but the raw, unvarnished city where survival took precedence over propriety. The streets here were narrower, darker, the gas lamps fewer and more grudgingly maintained. The fog seemed thicker too, as if it accumulated in these low places like water seeking its level, bringing with it the smell of the Thames at low tide, that distinctive perfume of mud and industry and things best left unexamined. Pike Street proved to be a cramped thoroughfare running parallel to the river, its buildings leaning toward each other like conspirators sharing secrets. Number 17 occupied the ground floor of a structure that had once been a warehouse, its windows now covered with dark curtains that permitted no glimpse of the interior. A small sign beside the door read, "S. Graves, Photographic Services," in letters that seemed designed to discourage rather than invite custom. Holmes had instructed their cab to deposit them a street away, and they'd approached on foot, keeping to the shadows with the practised ease of men who'd learned that observation was best conducted from positions of concealment. Now they stood in a doorway across from Graves's studio waiting, as fog curled around their ankles like curious cats. No lights visible, Watson observed quietly. Either he's not at home, or he's working in his darkroom. Or entertaining visitors he'd prefer to keep private, Holmes added. Notice the alley beside the building? It provides rear access, likely to a yard or loading area from the warehouse days. If one wished to come and go without being observed from the street, that would serve admirably. They waited in silence, the cold seeping through their coats with patient malevolence. Watson found his mind drifting to the larger implications of their investigation. If someone truly was impersonating the Queen, and the evidence increasingly suggested they were, then the conspiracy extended far beyond simple fraud or theatrical mischief. This struck at the foundation of governance itself, at the carefully maintained illusion that the monarchy represented stability and continuity. Victoria had reigned for decades, and had become synonymous with the age that bore her name. To suggest she might be replaceable, that her very identity could be duplicated, was to undermine something essential about the social order. Movement, Holmes breathed, and Watson's attention snapped back to the present. A figure had emerged from the alley. Beside Graves's studio, a man of middle height, well dressed in clothes that suggested money without flaunting it. He paused at the street, glancing both ways with the wariness of someone who expected observation, then set off at a brisk pace toward the better neighbourhoods to the north. "Did you see his face?" Watson whispered. "Partially. Foreign features, well-groomed beard, military bearing, exactly matching Caldwell's description of the man who inquired about royal photography protocols 3 months ago." Holmes's voice carried a note of satisfaction. "Our conspiracy's beginning to acquire faces, Watson. Come, I think it's time we introduced ourselves to Mr. Graves." They crossed the street swiftly, and Holmes produced his lockpicks with the efficiency of long practice. Watson had long since stopped questioning how his friend had acquired such skills, accepting them as simply another tool in his investigative arsenal. The lock yielded after perhaps 30 seconds of delicate manipulation, and they slipped inside, closing the door softly behind them. The interior was dark, but not completely so. A faint reddish glow emanated from beneath a door at the back, the telltale illumination of a dark room at work. Holmes moved toward it, with Watson following, both men stepping carefully to avoid colliding with the equipment and furniture they could only dimly perceive. The chemical smell was overwhelming here, sharp enough to make Watson's eyes water, silver nitrate and acids, fixatives and developers, the concentrated essence of photographic alchemy. Holmes pressed his ear against the door, listening intently, then tried the handle. It opened smoothly, and they found themselves looking down a narrow staircase illuminated by that eerie red glow. The sound of running water reached them, and someone humming tunelessly, Graves presumably at work in his darkroom. They descended carefully, and the darkroom revealed itself in stages. First the hanging photographs like strange fruit from a macabre tree, then the developing trays arranged with surgical precision. Then the figure bent over them, a man of perhaps 50 with thinning hair, and the sort of face that suggested life had disappointed him repeatedly. But he'd learned to return the favour. "Mr. Graves, I presume," Holmes announced, his voice cutting through the humming. The photographer spun around, his face cycling through surprise, fear, and finally settling on a wary calculation. His hand moved towards something beneath the workbench, but Holmes was faster, producing a small revolver from his coat pocket with disconcerting ease. "I wouldn't," Holmes said mildly. "Dr. Watson here is a military man with excellent reflexes. Any sudden movements would be unwise. We're merely here to talk, Mr. Graves, to discuss your recent commissions and perhaps to examine some of your more interesting work." Graves straightened slowly, his hands visible and empty. "I don't know what you're talking about. I run a legitimate photographic business. If you're here to rob me, you'll find little value." "Oh, I think we'll find quite a bit of value," Holmes replied, moving deeper into the dark room while keeping the revolver trained steadily. "Watson, perhaps you'd secure the door. We'd hate to be interrupted during our conversation." Watson did as instructed, then positioned himself where he could watch both Graves and the stairway. The dark room was larger than he'd expected, stretching back beneath the building with additional chambers visible through archways. On the walls and hanging from lines were photographs in various stages of development, theatrical scenes, portraits, and Watson's attention sharpened. Photographs of Windsor Castle, photographs of royal ceremonies, and there, partially obscured by other images, what appeared to be a study of a woman in royal dress, though the face was turned away from the camera. Holmes had seen them too, his eyes sweeping the darkroom with that rapacious attention that missed nothing. Interesting specialty you've developed, Mr. Graves. Royal photography. One might almost think you were establishing credentials for a particular commission. I photograph many subjects, Graves said, his accent now clearly French, despite his earlier attempts to sound British. Historical scenes, reconstructions. Theatres pay well for promotional materials. There's nothing illegal about that. No, indeed. But I wonder about your other work. The manipulated images, the composite photographs, the techniques for making people appear or disappear from carefully constructed scenes. Holmes moved to one of the developing trays, examining the contents with interest. Remarkable skill, truly. You've managed to combine multiple exposures into a single image so seamlessly that even an expert would struggle to detect the forgery. That sort of talent doesn't go unnoticed, does it? Someone with a particular need might seek you out, offering substantial compensation for your discretion and expertise. Graves's expression had gone carefully blank, the look of a man who'd learned to give nothing away. I don't know what you're implying, monsieur. I am an artist, nothing more. An artist who entertains late-night visitors with military bearing and foreign accents. An artist whose recent work includes extensive studies of royal subjects. An artist who, I suspect, has been paid quite handsomely to photograph someone who should never have been photographed at all. Holmes set down the developing tray and turned to face Graves fully. Let me lay out what I believe has occurred. You were approached some months ago by agents of a foreign power, German or Austrian, I suspect, given the timing and certain political tensions currently simmering beneath diplomatic niceties. They required your expertise in creating photographic evidence for an audacious plan to place an impostor in proximity to Queen Victoria, have her photographed in royal settings, and use those images to suggest that Her Majesty could be in multiple places simultaneously. The photographer's face had gone pale in the red light, but he said nothing. The goal wasn't replacement, Holmes continued, his voice taking on that lecturing quality Watson recognized from when his friend was working through a problem aloud. That would be too difficult to sustain. No, the goal was destabilization, to create doubt, to undermine confidence in the monarchy's legitimacy, to suggest that the crown itself might be compromised. In an empire as far-flung as Britain's, where the Queen herself is more symbol than actual administrator, perception is everything. Shake that perception, and the entire structure begins to tremble. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dampness of the cellar. But why? What would anyone gain from such destabilization? Opportunity, Holmes replied, though his eyes never left Graves. Britain's power rests on the perception of invincibility, of eternal stability. Victoria isn't simply a monarch. She's become synonymous with age, with the entire imperial project. Suggest that she might be a fraud, that the throne might be occupied by an impostor, and suddenly every treaty she's signed, every law enacted in her name, every colonial possession claimed under her authority becomes questionable. It's brilliantly vicious, really. No armies, no declarations of war, just the slow poison of doubt eating away at institutional legitimacy. Graves had begun to sweat despite the coolness of the darkroom. You're mad. This is fantasy, conspiracy theory. Is it? Holmes moved to the hanging photograph, selecting one and pulling it down. It showed a woman who might have been Victoria, photographed from behind and slightly to the side, examining what appeared to be a formal dress. This is your impostor, isn't it? You've been documenting the process, creating a visual record either for your employers or perhaps as insurance should you need leverage later. Where did they find her, I wonder? A theatrical performer with the right physical characteristics, someone desperate enough to accept a dangerous commission? The photographer's silence was enough. Watson stepped closer, studying the photograph with growing horror. The woman's posture, the set of her shoulders, even the way she held her head, all of it eerily reminiscent of the Queen's characteristic bearing. With the right costume, the right context, she would be convincing indeed. What's her name? Holmes asked quietly. Where is she now? I can't, Graves stammered, genuine fear now visible in his expression. You don't understand what you're involving yourselves in. These are not people who tolerate interference. They have resources, connections, and they've made it very clear what would happen if I spoke to anyone about their arrangement. Then perhaps you should consider what will happen when the British Crown discovers your involvement, Holmes replied, his voice hard now. Photography isn't your only crime here, Mr. Graves. You're an accessory to treason. That's a hanging offence, I believe, or at the very least transportation to a particularly unpleasant colonial prison. Unless, of course, you cooperate. Help us stop this conspiracy before it proceeds further, and I might be persuaded to present your involvement as unwilling, coerced even. The photographer's hands were shaking now, and Watson found himself feeling an unwelcome sympathy. Graves had gotten himself entangled in something far beyond his understanding, drawn in by money or threats, or perhaps simply the seductive challenge of using his skills for something spectacular. But treason was treason, regardless of motive. Her name is Marie Archambault, Graves said finally, the words seeming to cost him physical effort. She's an actress, French like myself, came to London 5 years ago seeking better opportunities. She has had the right look, the right training. When they approached me, they already had her. My role was simply to document the preparation, to create the photographs that would serve as evidence of the Queen's dual presence. And the man who just left, Holmes pressed, the one with military bearing? Colonel Richter, German, though he claims Austrian citizenship for convenience. He's the coordinator, the one who manages the operation. There are others too, a handler for the girl, someone within the palace providing intelligence about the Queen's schedule, photographers at various locations ready to capture spontaneous sightings. It's elaborate, monsieur. They've been planning this for over a year. Watson felt his stomach tighten. A year of planning, multiple conspirators, foreign agents embedded within British institutions. This was far more extensive than they'd initially feared. "Where is Marie Archambault now?" Holmes asked. "Safe house in Whitechapel, number 42 Dorset Street, above the chandler's shop. But Mr. Holmes, you cannot simply walk in there. Richter has men watching, protecting his investment. She's a prisoner as much as an operative." Holmes nodded slowly, processing this information, already formulating plans. "And the photographs you've taken? All of them are here?" "The plates, yes, the prints. Some have been distributed already. To Richter's superiors, I assume, as proof of progress. But the negatives remain here. They insisted on that, wanted to control reproduction. Then we'll be taking those plates," Holmes said decisively, "along with your complete cooperation in identifying every person involved in this conspiracy. Watson, help me gather the relevant materials. We'll need everything that documents this operation." For the next 20 minutes they worked swiftly, collecting glass plates and prints, notes and correspondence that Graves reluctantly provided. The photographer had kept meticulous records, a habit that would now seal his fate, but also provide crucial evidence. There were addresses, schedules, even coded telegrams that Holmes examined with intense interest. "This one," Holmes said, holding up a telegram, "sent 3 days ago to a Berlin address. It mentions the final performance, scheduled for December 15th. That's less than a week from now. Whatever they're planning, whatever grand reveal they intend, it's imminent." Watson felt the weight of urgency settle over them like a physical presence. "We need to inform the authorities, Scotland Yard, the Home Office, and risk alerting the conspirators that we're onto them." Holmes shook his head. "No, Watson. We need more evidence first, enough to arrest everyone simultaneously. If we move prematurely, they'll scatter, destroy evidence, perhaps even accelerate their plans in desperation. We need Marie Archambault's testimony, we need to identify the palace insider, and we need to catch Richter with incontrovertible proof of his intentions." He turned back to Graves, who had slumped onto a stool, looking utterly defeated. "You will remain here and continue your work as if nothing has happened. If Richter or anyone else contacts you, you'll respond normally, but you'll report everything to me immediately. Watson will provide you with a secure method of communication. Cooperate fully, and I'll do what I can to mitigate your punishment. Attempt to warn your co-conspirators, and I'll ensure you hang alongside them. Do we understand each other?" Graves nodded miserably. "I never wanted. It was supposed to be just photographs, technical work. I didn't understand what they were truly planning until it was too late to extract myself." "That's what they all say," Holmes replied without sympathy. "But you took their money, you created their evidence, and you made their conspiracy possible. Own your choices, Mr. Graves, and perhaps redemption is still achievable." They left him there in his red-lit cave, surrounded by the evidence of his collaboration with treason, and emerged into the foggy Suffolk night carrying bags full of glass plates and documentation. The street seemed even darker now, more threatening, as if the conspiracy they'd uncovered had infected the very atmosphere. "Whitechapel next?" Watson asked as they walked briskly toward more respectable neighbourhoods where cabs might be found. "Tomorrow," Holmes replied. "Tonight we need to secure this evidence and begin analysing it properly. The plates alone will take hours to examine fully, and I want to decode those telegrams, trace the communication networks. We're assembling a case now, Watson, not just solving a mystery, but building the foundation for prosecutions that will reach into multiple governments." They found a cab near the bridge, and as London rolled past the windows, Watson found himself thinking about the peculiar nature of their investigation. They'd started with an impossibility, a queen in two places at once, and uncovered something far more troubling, a deliberate assault on reality itself, a conspiracy that weaponized photography and performance to undermine the very foundations of state authority. "Holmes," he said quietly, "if they succeed, if they manage to truly convince people that Victoria might be an imposter, what happens then?" His friend was silent for a long moment, staring out at the fog-wrapped city. "Then we'll have proven that in the modern age truth is negotiable, that reality itself can be manufactured by those with sufficient skill and audacity. Photography was supposed to be the ultimate guarantor of truth. The camera doesn't lie, as they say. But we've just discovered that the camera can be made to lie brilliantly, and that lie can shake empires." The cab rattled on through streets that held their secrets close, carrying two men who'd glimpsed the future of deception and found it terrifying in its elegance. Somewhere ahead, in a Whitechapel safe house, an actress waited, prisoner, pawn, and key witness in a conspiracy that threatened to rewrite the rules of power itself. And in less than a week, the final performance would begin. The morning after their encounter with Graves arrived grey and reluctant, as if the sun itself had decided that London could manage without its presence for another few hours. Baker Street was quiet, save for the occasional clatter of a milk cart or the distant call of a newspaper boy announcing headlines that would be outdated by afternoon. Inside 221B, however, there was no such stillness. The sitting room had been transformed into something resembling a military operations centre, with glass plates arranged on every available surface, documents pinned to the walls, and Holmes himself standing before this accumulated evidence like a general surveying a battlefield. Watson had slept poorly, his dreams full of doubled queens and photographs that moved when no one was watching, and he'd risen early to find Holmes apparently unchanged from the night before, still dressed in yesterday's clothes, still pacing and muttering and rearranging pieces of the puzzle with manic focus. "You haven't slept," Watson observed, which wasn't a question because the answer was evident in Holmes's fevered eyes and the multiple cigarette ends overflowing from the ashtray. "Sleep is for people whose minds aren't racing ahead of catastrophe," Holmes replied without looking up from the telegram he was decoding. "I've been working through Richter's communications, and Watson, the scope of this is extraordinary. They've embedded operatives not just in Windsor, but in Parliament, in Scotland Yard, in the very machinery of government. The conspiracy runs deeper than we imagined." He thrust a decoded message into Watson's hands. The doctor read it slowly, his comprehension growing with each line. "Final placement confirmed. Interior access secured through household staff rotation. December 15th, ceremony provides optimal visibility and duration. Photographic. Evidence will be irrefutable. Proceed as planned. Compensation upon completion." "Placement," Watson repeated slowly. "They're planning to actually place their imposter in the Queen's presence, not just create sightings, but an actual substitution. Not substitution, juxtaposition." Holmes moved to the window, staring out at the waking city. "That's the genius of it, you see. They're not trying to replace Victoria permanently, which would be impossible to sustain. They're going to create a moment where both the real Queen and the imposter are visible simultaneously, at a public ceremony, with hundreds of witnesses and multiple photographers present. Imagine the impact, Watson. The irrefutable evidence captured by numerous independent sources that there are two Queen Victorias. The scandal would be immediate and catastrophic." Watson felt cold fingers of dread walking up his spine. "What ceremony?" "December 15th. That's 4 days from now. What's scheduled?" Holmes produced a society page from the Times folded to show the royal calendar. "The ceremony at the Crystal Palace. Victoria is scheduled to attend the opening of a new exhibition celebrating industrial achievements of the Empire. It's a rare public appearance, heavily attended with delegations from multiple nations present. The venue itself is significant. The Crystal Palace, that monument to Victorian achievement, literally made of glass and iron, transparent and supposedly incorruptible. What better stage for demonstrating that even the most solid-seeming institutions are built on foundations that can be undermined? "We have to warn the palace," Watson said immediately, "cancel the ceremony, increase security," "and accomplish precisely what the conspirators hope for," Holmes interrupted. "Think, Watson. If we cancel the ceremony based on vague warnings about impostors and conspiracies, what does that communicate? That the Crown is frightened, uncertain, vulnerable. The damage to public confidence might be as severe as if the conspiracy succeeded. Worse, it alerts our conspirators that we're onto them, giving them the opportunity to either accelerate their plans or scatter and attempt again later with improved methods." "Then what do you propose? We can't simply allow them to proceed." Holmes turned from the window, and there was something almost frightening in his expression. A cold calculation mixed with theatrical appreciation for the audacity of what they faced. "We allow them to proceed, but on our terms. We identify every conspirator, we secure Marie Archambault as witness, and at the crucial moment, we expose the conspiracy in such a way that it destroys itself. We turn their theatrical performance into their public execution, metaphorically speaking, of course. That's extraordinarily risky. Yes, but it's also the only approach that guarantees we capture everyone involved. These people have spent over a year planning this operation. They have resources, backup, plans and escape routes. If we simply arrest the individuals we've identified, we'll never uncover the full extent of the network. But if we let them commit themselves fully, if we allow them to gather at the moment of their supposed triumph," Holmes's smile was sharp enough to cut, "then we'll have them all together, caught in the act with witnesses and evidence so overwhelming that no amount of diplomatic manoeuvring can save them." Watson absorbed this, recognizing the logic even as he felt the weight of what Holmes proposed. "We'll need help. We can't manage this alone. The security arrangements, the counter-operation, everything." "Agreed. Which is why I've already sent word to Mycroft." Holmes gestured to a telegram form on the desk. "My brother has the necessary connections and the ability to operate with appropriate discretion. By now he's already mobilizing resources within the Home Office and arranging for trusted agents to be positioned at the Crystal Palace. We'll have our own observers, our own photographers, ready to document the conspiracy as it unfolds. And Marie Archambault, the woman they're using as an imposter? That's our morning's work. We need her testimony, but more importantly, we need to understand exactly how they've prepared her, what signals they're using, and how the substitution is meant to occur. She's the linchpin, Watson. Without her cooperation, the conspiracy collapses." They set out for Whitechapel as the city was fully waking, the streets filled with the determined bustle of people going about their business with the assumption that the world would continue much as it always had. Watson found himself looking at faces differently now, wondering how many of these ordinary Londoners had any sense of the forces working beneath the surface of their daily lives, the conspiracies and counter-conspiracies that shaped events they would only learn about through newspaper headlines. Whitechapel in daylight was marginally less threatening than Southwark at night, but only marginally. It was a neighbourhood where poverty and crime maintained an uneasy coexistence with struggling respectability, where honest workers lived beside criminals, and no one asked too many questions about their neighbour's business. Dorset Street itself had a reputation even within Whitechapel, a place where bad things happened and good people learned not to notice. Number 42 stood above a chandler's shop that appeared to be barely surviving, its windows dusty and its stock sparse. The building itself was narrow and crooked, leaning slightly as if tired of remaining upright. Holmes studied it from across the street, his keen eyes noting details Watson could only guess at. The curtained windows on the second floor, the separate entrance to the upper rooms, the sight lines from surrounding buildings. "Richter's watchers will be positioned to observe the entrance," Holmes murmured. "We need a different approach. Watson, you'll enter. Through the shop as a customer seeking candles. Chat with the proprietor. He's likely been paid to maintain ignorance about his upstairs tenant. I'll find alternative access to the upper floor while you're providing distraction. And if Richter's men interfere..." Holmes patted his coat pocket where the revolver resided. then we'll have a rather more direct conversation than I'd prefer, but I suspect they've been instructed to avoid attention. Open violence in daylight would rather defeat the purpose of operating covertly." They separated, Watson entering the shop while Holmes melted into an alley beside the building, with the fluid ease of someone who'd spent considerable time navigating London's less visible passages. The shop's interior was dim and smelled of tallow and disappointment. The proprietor, a middle-aged man with the defeated posture of someone whose ambitions had been systematically crushed by circumstance, looked up from his accounts with the expression of a man who didn't expect good news from any quarter. "Help you, sir?" he asked, his tone suggesting he doubted it. "Yes, I need candles," Watson said, playing the role of respectable customer. "Good quality ones. I'm hosting a dinner party and want something better than the usual tallow affairs." The shopkeeper's expression brightened marginally at the prospect of an actual sale, and he began showing Watson various grades of candles while explaining their relative merits with more enthusiasm than the subject strictly warranted. Watson made appropriately interesting noises while his ears strained for any sound from above. Footsteps, voices, anything that might indicate Holmes had successfully gained access. "You get a lot of foot traffic here?" Watson asked casually, as he examined a particularly expensive beeswax candle. "Enough to survive, not enough to thrive," the shopkeeper replied with the resigned honesty of someone past pretending. "Though I've a lodger upstairs now, which helps with the rent. Quiet type, keeps to herself mostly." "The rooms are let then? I have a cousin seeking accommodation. Not available," the man said quickly, too quickly. "Long-term arrangement, paid in advance. Very private lady, doesn't care for disturbances." His tone suggested this wasn't his own preference, but instructions he'd been given, and was following for reasons that probably involved more money than he usually saw in a month. Watson purchased several candles he didn't need, and left the shop with packages that would probably end up gifted to Mrs. Hudson, who would accept them with the knowing smile of someone who'd long since given up trying to understand her tenant's peculiar habits. He found Holmes waiting around the corner, dusting off his trousers from what had apparently been a climb involving drainpipes and windowsills. "She's there," Holmes said quietly. "Alone at present, though the room shows evidence of regular visits. 2 teacups, clothing that's clearly not hers, correspondence in German. She's frightened, Watson. I watched her through the window for several minutes before I gained her attention. When she saw me, her first instinct was to shrink back, to hide. She's a prisoner who's been conditioned to expect threats from every quarter. How did you convince her to let you in?" "I told her the truth, that we're investigating the conspiracy she's been forced into, that we want to help her, and that cooperating with us is her only realistic chance of avoiding a hanging for treason." Holmes's expression was grim. "Come, she's agreed to speak with us, though I suspect she's still deciding whether we represent salvation or simply a different form of doom." They accessed the upper floor through the same route Holmes had used, a precarious climb that left Watson grateful for his military training and considerably less grateful for the distance to the cobblestones below. The window opened into a shabby sitting room that had been made marginally more comfortable with additions that clearly didn't belong to the original furnishings. A good rug, expensive curtains, a comfortable chair that spoke of money attempting to improve circumstances without quite succeeding. Marie Archambault stood near the fireplace, and Watson's first impression was of how thoroughly ordinary she appeared. She wasn't beautiful in any conventional sense. Her features were too strong, her bearing too solid. But there was something in the set of her jaw, the way she held herself, that suggested the capacity for transformation. In costume, with the right coaching, she could indeed become someone else entirely. "Gentlemen," she said, her English carrying a heavy French accent but perfectly comprehensible. "I am told you are detectives, that you wish to help me. Forgive me if I am sceptical. In my experience, men who say they wish to help usually wish to help themselves." "A fair observation," Holmes replied, settling into a chair without invitation and gesturing for Watson to do the same. Marie remained standing, maintaining the advantage of height and mobility. "Allow me to be frank, Mademoiselle Archambault. You are complicit in a conspiracy to undermine the British Crown. Under normal circumstances, this would result in your execution. However, circumstances are not normal, and you may yet have value as a witness rather than as a corpse. But that value depends entirely on your willingness to cooperate fully and immediately with our investigation." "You're not gentle in your honesty, monsieur. Gentleness is for people with time to spare. We have 4 days until your handlers intend to deploy you at the Crystal Palace ceremony. 4 days to dismantle their conspiracy, identify every participant, and ensure that when the trap closes, everyone involved is caught within it. So let us dispense with polite fictions and address reality. You were recruited to impersonate Queen Victoria. How? Marie moved to the window, looking out at the street, below with the wariness of someone who expected danger to arrive at any moment. When she spoke, her voice carried the flatness of someone recounting a story so many times it had lost emotional resonance. I came to London 5 years ago with dreams of theatrical success. I had some small talent, some training from French provincial theatres, but London is full of actresses with dreams and talent, and the competition is brutal. I took what work I could find: music halls, supporting roles, occasionally modelling for photographers. Last year I was approached by a man who said he represented European investors interested in theatrical productions. He offered excellent money for what he described as a private performance, a historical recreation requiring extensive preparation. I was desperate, monsieur. The money he offered would clear my debts and provide security for years. When did you learn the true nature of the role? Holmes asked. Not immediately. The early work was legitimate, or seemed so. I was given extensive materials about Queen Victoria, told to study her mannerisms, her bearing, her speech patterns. I was fitted for costumes, taught the protocols of royal deportment. I thought perhaps they intended some sort of historical drama or elaborate entertainment for private viewing. It wasn't until 3 months ago that I learned they intended to actually deploy me in proximity to the real Queen, to create photographic evidence of impossibility. Watson leaned forward. And you didn't refuse? Didn't go to the authorities? Her laugh was bitter. Refuse? Monsieur, by the time I understood the true nature of the work, I was thoroughly compromised. They had photographs of me in costume, documents I'd signed, evidence that could be interpreted as willing participation in treason. They made it very clear that if I refused to proceed, I would be disposed of, not merely reported to authorities, but actually killed and disposed of. These are not theatrical people playing at conspiracy. They are professionals who have made it clear they value my compliance more than my life. Holmes nodded slowly. Colonel Richter. Do you know of him? We've learned a great deal in the past day. Tell me about the ceremony. What exactly are they planning? How is the imposture meant to occur? Marie returned to the fireplace, and now Watson could see she was trembling slightly. The Queen will arrive at the Crystal Palace at 2 o'clock, attended by her usual entourage. The ceremony begins at 2:30 in the main exhibition hall, but there are multiple spaces within the palace, galleries and side rooms. I am to be positioned in the Western Gallery at precisely the same time the Queen is in the main hall. My handler will ensure that witnesses, legitimate, respectable witnesses, observe me there. Multiple photographers will be positioned to capture both locations simultaneously, creating irrefutable evidence that Victoria was in 2 places at once, Holmes said. And then? Then I disappear. I'm escorted out through prearranged exits. My costume is removed, and I become simply another spectator in the crowd. The photographs are developed and distributed to newspapers and foreign governments within hours. The scandal breaks like a wave, and by the time authorities begin investigating, I am already on a ship to France with new papers and enough money to start over somewhere far from London. That's what they've told you, Holmes observed. Do you actually believe they intend to let you live? You're the evidence, mademoiselle. The one person who can testify to the conspiracy's existence. Far simpler to arrange a convenient accident during your escape than to risk you developing a conscience or being captured and interrogated. The colour drained from Marie's face. I have considered this. But what choice do I have? If I refuse to proceed, they will kill me now. If I cooperate, I at least have a chance. You have a third option, Watson interjected. Help us stop them. Testify to everything you know. Identify every participant, and in exchange, we arrange protection and clemency. You'll likely face some legal consequences, but life in prison is preferable to immediate death or hanging for treason. She studied them for a long moment, her expression cycling through hope, fear, calculation, and finally resignation. What would you have me do? Holmes stood and began pacing, his mind clearly racing through scenarios and possibilities. You'll continue your assigned role, appear to cooperate fully with Richter's plans, but you'll be working for us, providing intelligence about their preparations, their communications, their schedules. On the day of the ceremony, you'll proceed as instructed until the crucial moment, and then you'll deviate from the script in a way that exposes the conspiracy rather than completing it. How? Marie asked. They'll be watching me constantly. My handler never leaves me alone during operations. Your handler will be occupied with more pressing concerns, Holmes replied with that unsettling smile. We'll arrange distractions, create chaos at precisely orchestrated moments. You need only do one thing. When you're positioned in the Western Gallery and witnesses are observing you, you'll drop the performance entirely. Remove some essential element of your costume. Speak in your natural accent. Make it absolutely clear that you are not and never were Queen Victoria. Do this in front of the photographers they've positioned, in front of the witnesses they've arranged. Turn their own evidence against them. They'll kill me, she whispered. They'll try, Holmes acknowledged, which is why Dr. Watson and I will be there, along with agents from the Home Office positioned throughout the palace. The moment you break character, we move in, arrest Richter, secure the photographers, detain everyone involved in the operation. You'll be in danger for perhaps 30 seconds, which is admittedly 30 seconds longer than anyone would prefer, but it's the only way to catch them all with incontrovertible proof of their intentions. Watson watched the woman process this, saw her weighing survival against different forms of doom, saw her arrive at the conclusion that cooperation was her least terrible option. You'll protect me? Truly? We'll do everything in our power, Watson said, and meant it. She was complicit, yes, but also a victim of circumstances and desperate choices. But you must tell us everything, everyone you've met, every location you've been taken to, every detail of their plans. For the next 2 hours they questioned her exhaustively. She described her handler, a man named Schmidt who spoke German and French and maintained a cold professional demeanour at all times. She identified the photographers who'd been working with her, including Graves. She detailed the safe houses where she'd been kept, the coaches used to transport her, the signals and codes employed to coordinate movements. She also described the costume with remarkable precision. Every garment, every accessory, every detail designed to make her appearance match photographs of Victoria in her ceremonial dress. The costume itself was a masterwork of research and craftsmanship, incorporating elements that would only be visible in close observation or detailed photographs. The exact weave of fabric, the precise placement of royal insignia, even jewellery pieces that had been created to match Victoria's known collection. They've thought of everything, Marie said with something like professional admiration. Every angle, every possibility. If I succeed in the performance, the evidence will be overwhelming. Multiple independent witnesses, photographs from several sources, testimonies that can't easily be dismissed as hallucination or mistake. It's almost beautiful in its completeness. It's certainly thorough, Holmes agreed, which makes our counter-operation all the more delicate. We need to maintain the appearance of ignorance while positioning ourselves to strike at the precise moment. Watson, you'll need to draft a comprehensive report for Mycroft immediately. Every detail Mademoiselle Archambault has provided needs to reach him within hours. They spent another hour refining plans, discussing contingencies, preparing Marie for her role as double agent. She would continue her preparations with apparent cooperation, would relay any changes in plans immediately, would maintain her cover until the crucial moment at the Crystal Palace. As they prepared to leave, Watson threw the window again, which was becoming absurdly routine. Marie caught Holmes's sleeve. "Monsieur Holmes, why are you doing this? You could simply arrest me now, inform authorities, let them cancel the ceremony, and arrest whoever appears. Why this elaborate counter-conspiracy?" Holmes regarded her for a moment. Because, mademoiselle, conspiracies thrive in darkness and wither in light. If we simply shut down this operation, the conspirators scatter, reform, and try again with improved methods. But if we expose them publicly, dramatically, with evidence so overwhelming that even diplomatic channels can't protect them, we don't just stop this conspiracy, we deter the next one. We demonstrate that British institutions cannot be undermined by theatrical tricks and foreign agents. We turn their attack into our victory so complete it will be remembered as a cautionary tale for anyone else who might consider similar ventures. He paused at the window, silhouetted against the grey London sky. Also, I confess to finding the whole thing rather intellectually engaging. They've created an impressive conspiracy. It would be a shame not to dismantle it with equal impressiveness. They left her there in her shabby room that served as both prison and staging area, and made their way back to Baker Street through streets that seemed to pulse with hidden tensions. Watson's mind was full of plans and contingencies, of the 1,000 things that could go wrong with their counter-operation, of the very real possibility that in 4 days they would either save the monarchy or precipitate exactly the scandal the conspirators intended. "Holmes," he said as their cab rattled toward more respectable neighbourhoods, "are we certain this will work? The risk seems extraordinary." "The risk is extraordinary," Holmes agreed, "but the alternative, allowing them to succeed through our caution, or driving them underground through premature action, those alternatives are worse. We're committed now, Watson. 4 days until Crystal Palace. 4 days to prepare the trap that will catch our conspirators and prove that even in an age of photographic evidence and theatrical deception, truth can still prevail." He stared out at the passing city, and Watson followed his gaze, seeing London as Holmes must see it, a vast stage where countless dramas played out simultaneously, where conspiracies and counter-conspiracies wove through the daily life of millions who went about their business in blessed ignorance. 4 days, and then the performance would begin. December the 15th arrived with the sort of crystalline clarity that London reserved for its most significant days, as if the weather itself understood the importance of what was about to unfold. The fog that usually shrouded the city had lifted entirely, replaced by pale winter sunlight that made the Thames gleam like hammered silver and turned the Crystal Palace into exactly what its name suggested, a structure of light and transparency, all gleaming glass and iron tracery standing proud against the sky, like a monument to the very idea of visibility. Watson had slept poorly for the 4th night in succession, his dreams full of doubled queens and shattering glass, of photographs that moved and breathed and accused. He'd risen before dawn to find Holmes already, awake, or perhaps still awake from the previous night, it was difficult to tell, standing at the window of Baker Street with a cup of coffee gone cold in his hand, staring out at the lightening sky with an expression of intense concentration. "Everything is in place?" Watson asked, though he knew Holmes would have verified this multiple times already. "Everything that can be placed is in place," Holmes replied without turning. "Mycroft has positioned Home Office agents throughout the Crystal Palace, disguised as staff, security, even as members of the various national delegations. Our own photographers are ready with equipment that matches what the conspirators will be using. We'll have our own independent record of everything that occurs. Marie Archambault has been in contact with her handler as scheduled, showing no sign of wavering. Richter and his associates remain unaware that we know their plans. On paper, Watson, our counter-operation is flawless. And in reality..." Now Holmes did turn, and there was something almost vulnerable in his expression, a rare moment of uncertainty from a man who usually radiated absolute confidence. "In reality, we're about to conduct an experiment in controlled chaos, 1,000 variables, any one of which could cascade into disaster. If Marie loses her nerve, if Richter suspects the trap, if any of our own agents are identified prematurely, if the timing is off by even seconds..." He trailed off, then seemed to shake himself. "But dwelling on potential failures is profoundly unhelpful. Come, Watson, we have a conspiracy to thwart and a monarchy to save. Try not to look quite so much like a man preparing for surgery without anaesthetic. It undermines the confident facade we're meant to project." They dressed with particular care. This was, after all, a royal ceremony, and appearing as anything less than respectable would draw exactly the sort of attention they wished to avoid. Watson checked his service revolver twice, a nervous habit from his military days that Holmes observed with wry amusement, but didn't comment on. By 9 o'clock they were in a cab heading south towards Sydenham Hill, where the Crystal Palace stood, waiting like a stage set for the drama about to unfold. The palace itself was even more impressive up close than from a distance, a vast cathedral of glass and iron that seemed to defy the laws of physics and good sense in equal measure. It had been rebuilt here after the original Great Exhibition, transformed from temporary pavilion to permanent monument, and it sprawled across the hilltop like a crystallized dream of Victorian ambition. Today it was bedecked with flags and bunting, with ceremonial guards at every entrance and crowds already gathering despite the ceremony being hours away. The spectacle of royal appearance drew people like moths to gaslight, eager for that brush with history, that momentary proximity to power. Holmes had secured them positions as observers attached to the Home Office delegation, a convenient fiction that Mycroft had arranged with appropriate documentation. They were met at a side entrance by a young man whose nervous demeanour and quick, intelligent eyes marked him as one of Mycroft's agents, trying very hard to appear as if this were a routine assignment rather than a potential catastrophe in the making. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said quietly, ushering them into a service corridor away from the growing crowds. "Everything is proceeding on schedule. Her Majesty's entourage arrived 20 minutes ago and is currently in the royal retiring room. The Queen herself seems, well, as one might expect given her general disposition, melancholic but composed." "And our impostor?" Holmes asked. "Schmidt brought her in through the Eastern Service entrance at 8:30. She's currently sequestered in a storage room that's been converted to a preparation area. 3 agents have eyes on that location at all times. Richter himself arrived at 9, along with 2 men we believe are his security detail. They're positioned in the Western Gallery as planned." "Photographers?" 5 that we've identified who are working for the conspiracy, positioned at strategic locations throughout the palace, with clear sight lines to both the main exhibition hall where Her Majesty will be and the Western Gallery where the impostor will appear. We have our own photographers shadowing each of theirs. Whatever they capture, we'll capture as well." Holmes nodded, his mind clearly running through scenarios and contingencies. "And the witnesses Richter has arranged?" 14 individuals we've identified as being on the conspirators' payroll, positioned to observe the Western Gallery during the crucial window. All are respectable appearing. Businessmen, minor officials, the sort whose testimony would carry weight. They don't all know they're part of a conspiracy. Several believe they're simply being paid to attend the ceremony and report on what they observe. Richter has been clever about compartmentalizing his operation. They spent the next hour moving through the palace's back corridors, Holmes examining sight lines and timing routes, verifying that every element of their counter-operation was precisely positioned. Watson found himself impressed by the sheer scale of what Mycroft had arranged. Dozens of agents, coordination with palace security that had to be managed without revealing the true nature of the threat, photographic equipment and communication systems that would allow them to document everything while maintaining the appearance of normal ceremony. At 11 o'clock, they positioned themselves in a gallery that offered a vantage point overlooking both the main exhibition hall and the approach to the Western Gallery. From here they could observe the ceremony and move quickly to either location as needed. The crowds were substantial now, the palace filling with the sort of people who attended a royal functions, aristocrats and industrialists, foreign dignitaries and members of parliament, all dressed in their finest and radiating the particular self-importance that came from proximity to power. Watson scanned the crowds, trying to identify which faces might belong to Richter's conspirators and which were simply ordinary attendees unaware of the drama about to unfold around them. It was impossible to tell, which was rather the point. The conspiracy had been designed to hide in plain sight, to use the apparatus of normal ceremony to achieve extraordinary deception. "There," Holmes murmured, and Watson followed his gaze to see a man of military bearing moving through the crowd with the confident ease of someone who belonged. Colonel Richter, presumably, middle-aged and prosperous-looking, with the sort of face that inspired trust rather than suspicion. He was speaking to a photographer, gesturing toward the Western Gallery with the casual authority of someone arranging a business appointment, rather than plotting to undermine an empire. "He's very confident," Watson observed. "Why shouldn't he be? From his perspective, everything has proceeded flawlessly. He has his impostor prepared and positioned, his photographers ready, his witnesses arranged. In less than 3 hours, he'll create an impossible spectacle that will dominate headlines across Europe and seed doubt about Victoria's legitimacy that will take decades to fully dispel. It's an audacious plan, and up until this moment it's worked perfectly." "You almost sound admiring." "I admire Watson, even in service of causes I oppose. Richter has orchestrated something remarkable. The tragedy, for him, is that he doesn't know we've orchestrated something even more remarkable in response." At 1:30 the ceremony's commencement was announced, and the crowds began moving toward their designated viewing areas. The main exhibition hall was a vast space beneath the palace's central transept, where industrial achievements and imperial acquisitions were displayed with equal pride. Today it had been arranged for royal reception, with a dais at one end where Victoria would preside, and galleries surrounding it, where observers could watch the proceedings. Watson felt his pulse quicken as the royal fanfare sounded. This was it. The beginning of the performance within the performance, the moment when two interlocking dramas would begin their collision course. Victoria entered to applause, and Watson was struck, as always, by how small she appeared in person, a diminutive figure in elaborate black dress, moving with the careful dignity of someone for whom every gesture was observed and interpreted. Her face bore that familiar expression of weary authority, touched by perpetual mourning but composed into the mask of monarchy. She ascended the dais with assistance, settling into her chair with the deliberate care of someone whose body no longer quite cooperated with their will. The ceremony proper began. Speeches of welcome, presentations from various dignitaries, the sort of formal pageantry that was simultaneously tedious and historically significant. Watson forced himself to pay attention, while also keeping one eye on the corridors leading to the Western Gallery. According to their intelligence, Marie Archambault would be moved into position at precisely 2:15, giving her 15 minutes in the gallery, while Victoria remained visible in the main hall. At 2 o'clock, Holmes tensed beside him. Movement, Eastern Corridor, that's Schmidt with our imposter. Watson looked and caught a glimpse of figures moving through a service passage, a woman in royal dress, heavily veiled, accompanied by a stern-looking man who had to be her handler. They disappeared into the Western Gallery, and Watson could imagine Marie's terror in that moment, preparing to step onto a stage where discovery meant death and cooperation meant complicity in treason. "The photographers are moving into position," Holmes observed, his voice tight with concentration. Richter's team in the Western Gallery, others positioned to capture both locations simultaneously. This is when they'll create their evidence. The next 15 minutes will determine whether their conspiracy succeeds or destroys itself. They moved quickly, but not suspiciously, through the crowds, making their way toward the Western Gallery while maintaining the appearance of simple observers changing vantage points. The gallery itself was a smaller space, intended for displaying scientific instruments and technological innovations. Today it was moderately crowded with spectators who'd either sought a less congested viewing area or, in the case of Richter's arranged witnesses, had been specifically directed here. And there, standing before a display of electrical equipment, was a figure in royal dress who might have been Victoria herself if one didn't look too closely. Marie had transformed herself completely. The posture, the bearing, even the characteristic melancholic set of features had been captured with remarkable accuracy. She stood with her back partially to the crowd, examining the display with apparent interest, while remaining sufficiently visible that observers could identify her. Watson heard the murmurs beginning around him. "Is that Her Majesty? But she's in the main hall, I just saw her there. Perhaps she slipped away briefly? No, that's impossible. The ceremony's ongoing." The confusion was exactly what the conspirators wanted, the seed of doubt that would blossom into scandal once the photographs were published and compared. Watson could see the photographers at work, Richter's operatives capturing Marie from multiple angles while trying to appear casual, building their archive of impossible evidence. Holmes was counting under his breath, watching a pocket watch with intense focus. 30 seconds, he murmured. She needs to hold for 30 seconds more, and then Marie turned slightly, and Watson saw her face clearly for the first time. Beneath the makeup and the practiced expression, he could see her terror, see her calculating the moment when she would shatter the illusion and trust that Holmes's promised protection would materialize quickly enough to save her life. "Now," Holmes said quietly, and Watson saw Marie's entire demeanor shift. She reached up and removed the small crown piece from her elaborately styled hair, then pulled away the veil that had partially obscured her features. When she spoke, her voice was loud enough to carry through the gallery, and unmistakably French accented. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you the truth. I am not Queen Victoria. I am Marie Archambault, an actress, and I have been forced to impersonate Her Majesty as part of a criminal conspiracy to undermine the British crown." The reaction was immediate and chaotic. Witnesses gasped and stepped back. The photographers froze, uncertainty written across their faces. Should they continue capturing this moment or flee? And then Schmidt was moving, reaching inside his coat for what was certainly a weapon, his face transformed from professional composure to murderous intent. But Holmes and Watson were already moving as well, along with half a dozen other men who'd been positioned throughout the gallery. Watson reached Schmidt first, his military training making the takedown efficient and decisive, a grabbed wrist, a twisted arm, and the handler was face down on the floor with a revolver skittering away across polished wood. Holmes had reached Marie, positioning himself between her and any other potential threats while calling out, in a voice that carried authority, "Home Office! Everyone remains where you are. This gallery is now secured." The chaos intensified rather than subsided. Some witnesses tried to flee, colliding with agents moving to secure exits. The photographers were attempting to pack their equipment, to escape with their incriminating plates. Richter himself appeared from wherever he'd been observing, his face cycling through shock, fury and calculating assessment of his remaining options. He chose poorly, drawing a pistol and taking aim not at Holmes but at Marie, eliminating the witness, destroying the evidence, salvaging what could be salvaged through her death. Watson saw it happening in the slow-motion clarity that combat veterans sometimes experienced, saw Richter's finger beginning to squeeze the trigger, saw there was no time to reach him before the shot. And then Mycroft Holmes was there, moving with surprising speed for a man of his considerable bulk, interposing himself between Richter and his target, while simultaneously striking the Colonel's arm upward. The pistol discharged into the Crystal Palace's glass ceiling, the shot impossibly loud in the enclosed space, and then Richter was surrounded by agents, disarmed and restrained before he could attempt another shot. "Really, Colonel," Mycroft said with the mild disapproval of someone commenting on poor table manners, "assassination attempts at royal ceremonies are so terribly gauche. One would think a man of your training would show more sophistication." The gallery was now fully secured, agents at every exit, all of Richter's identified conspirators in custody. The commotion had drawn attention from the main hall. Watson could hear confused murmurs and the sound of security responding to the gunshot. In moments, the entire ceremony would be disrupted, witnesses would flood toward the gallery, and the careful separation between the conspiracy and the counter-operation would collapse. Holmes seemed to reach the same conclusion. He gestured to Mycroft and the senior agent present, speaking rapidly. "We need to contain this immediately. No word of what happened here reaches the main hall or the general public, not yet. Get the prisoners out through service entrances, secure all photographic equipment and plates, both theirs and ours, and clear this gallery of civilian witnesses. Tell them there was a security alert, a false alarm, nothing to concern themselves with. Do it now, before the situation escalates beyond control." The next 20 minutes were organized chaos, as Mycroft's agents moved with impressive efficiency. Conspirators were escorted out in small groups that wouldn't draw attention. Equipment was confiscated and catalogued. Civilian witnesses were firmly but politely guided toward other areas of the palace, with explanations that struck the right balance between reassuring and discouraging further curiosity. Marie stood at the centre of this activity, still in her royal costume but with her deception now fully revealed, looking lost and frightened despite her crucial role in exposing the conspiracy. Watson moved to her side, offering what comfort he could. "You did remarkably well," he told her. "That took genuine courage." "I thought I would die," she said quietly. "When I saw that man reaching for his weapon, I was certain." "But you didn't die. You're safe now, and your testimony will help ensure these people face justice. That counts for something." Holmes joined them, and his expression was the complex mixture Watson had learned to recognize as satisfaction, at having solved a puzzle tempered by awareness that solutions in the real world were messier than pure logic preferred. "Mademoiselle Archambault," he said formally, "you'll be taken into protective custody and debriefed extensively. Your cooperation today will be noted favourably when your case is reviewed, but I cannot promise you'll avoid all legal consequences. What I can promise is that you'll be alive to face those consequences, which given the alternatives seems like a reasonable outcome." She nodded, seeming to understand that this was the best she could hope for. As agents led her away, gently now, protectively rather than as a prisoner, Watson felt an odd mixture of relief and melancholy. They'd won, the conspiracy had been exposed, the crown was safe. But winning had required using people who were themselves victims, and the taste of that victory was more complex than simple triumph. Mycroft approached them once the gallery was finally cleared, his usually unflappable demeanour showing signs of strain. Well, that was closer than I'd have preferred. If Richter had been a fraction faster, or if our positioning had been slightly off. He shook his head. But it worked. We have everyone. Richter, Schmidt, all the photographers, the witnesses who were knowingly participating, The conspiracy is entirely dismantled. The plates? Holmes asked. Secured. Both theirs and ours. We have complete photographic documentation of everything. The imposter in position, her confession, the attempted assassination, Richter's arrest. Evidence sufficient to prosecute everyone involved and to demonstrate to any foreign powers considering similar ventures that British institutions are not as vulnerable as they might have hoped. And Her Majesty? Watson asked. Does she know what happened? Mycroft's expression became carefully neutral. Her Majesty will be informed in appropriate detail once the ceremony concludes. For now, she remains blissfully unaware that her identity was being usurped in a gallery 300 feet from where she sat. Sometimes, Watson, ignorance truly is bliss, particularly for those who already carry sufficient burdens. They remained at the Crystal Palace for several more hours as the investigation continued, as statements were taken and evidence catalogued, and the machinery of official response ground into motion. The ceremony itself concluded without further incident, Victoria departing unaware that she'd been at the centre of a conspiracy that had very nearly succeeded. The crowds dispersed gradually, gossiping about the brief commotion, but accepting the official explanation of a minor security alert that had been swiftly resolved. By evening, when Holmes and Watson finally returned to Baker Street, the winter darkness had fallen completely, and London had resumed its usual rhythms as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. The newspapers would carry stories about the ceremony tomorrow, about Victoria's successful appearance and the impressive exhibits on display. There would be no mention of impostors or conspiracies, no photographs of doubled queens creating impossible scandals. History would record December 15th, 1887, as a routine ceremonial occasion, slightly tedious perhaps, but entirely unremarkable, which was exactly the outcome they'd fought for, the preservation of normalcy, the maintenance of the illusion that institutions were stable and authority was secure. It wasn't as dramatic as exposing everything publicly would have been, but it was more effective in achieving the actual goal of protecting the crown and deterring future conspiracies. Holmes settled into his armchair with evident relief, reaching for his pipe with the contentment of a man who'd completed a satisfying puzzle. Well, Watson, I think we can consider that case closed. The conspiracy is dismantled, the conspirators are in custody, and Victoria remains securely singular rather than mysteriously doubled. Watson poured himself a whisky. Medicinal, he told himself, though he wasn't entirely certain what ailment he was treating, beyond the general exhaustion of having survived a day when everything could have gone catastrophically wrong but somehow hadn't. What will happen to them? Richter and the others? Diplomatic complications mostly. Richter has Austrian citizenship, which means his government will demand his return rather than allowing British prosecution. There will be negotiations, quiet arrangements, agreements that justice will be served privately rather than publicly. Schmidt and the other operatives will likely face actual trials, though conducted with sufficient discretion that the full details never become public. As for the witnesses and photographers who are merely hired help rather than true conspirators, Holmes shrugged. Some will face charges, others will be quietly deported, all will be encouraged very strongly to never speak of these events. And Marie? She'll likely be convicted of lesser charges given her cooperation. Conspiracy rather than treason, perhaps, with a sentence that acknowledges her role in exposing the plot. A few years' imprisonment followed by deportation, I'd estimate. Not the freedom she dreamed of, but infinitely preferable to hanging. Holmes puffed contemplatively on his pipe. She was a victim of circumstances in many ways, but she also made choices. She accepted money to impersonate the Queen. However, gradually she learned the full implications. Justice must be served, even if tempered by mercy. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the fire crackling softly and the city murmuring beyond their windows. Watson found his mind returning to the image of Marie in the Western Gallery that moment when she'd removed her crown and shattered the illusion, choosing uncertain survival over certain doom in service to a conspiracy she'd never fully believed in. "Holmes," he said finally, "what if we'd been wrong? What if our counter-operation had failed? If Richter had succeeded in shooting Marie, or if the photographs had been distributed before we could secure them? Would the scandal truly have been as catastrophic as everyone feared?" Holmes considered this, staring into the fire with that distant expression that suggested he was examining hypothetical scenarios with the same rigour he brought to actual evidence. "That's a truly interesting question, isn't it? Would photographs of Victoria in two places simultaneously actually undermine the monarchy, or would people simply dismiss them as frauds? In an earlier age, before photography became ubiquitous, the answer would be clear: witnesses would be dismissed, rumours would fade, authority would reassert itself through sheer institutional inertia. But we live in a new age, Watson. Photography has taught people to trust images over testimony, to believe that cameras cannot lie. The conspiracy was betting that this trust in photographic evidence would override common sense and institutional loyalty. And would it have? Honestly, I don't know. We've prevented the experiment, which means we'll never know if their audacious plan would have worked. But the fact that it might have worked, that the possibility existed, tells us something troubling about the world we're entering. Reality is becoming negotiable, Watson. Truth is becoming a matter of which photographs one believes rather than which institutions one trusts. In such a world, conspiracies like Richter's become genuinely dangerous in ways that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Watson absorbed this, feeling the weight of it. They'd solved a mystery and prevented a conspiracy, but Holmes was suggesting they'd only glimpsed a larger problem: the vulnerability of truth itself in an age of mechanical reproduction and manipulated images. Rather depressing when you put it that way, he observed. Perhaps, but also fascinating. Each new technology creates new forms of crime and new challenges for those of us who investigate them. Photography has given us wonderful tools for documentation and evidence, but it's also given criminals new weapons. Our job is to stay ahead of those criminals, to understand the tools better than they do, to use their weapons against them. Holmes smiled slightly. Today we did exactly that. We used their own carefully arranged photographs to document their conspiracy. We turned their evidence into our evidence. That's rather satisfying, don't you think? It was, Watson had to admit. They'd taken a conspiracy designed to undermine reality and used it to reinforce truth instead. They'd prevented a scandal while creating a secret victory that would protect institutions without anyone knowing those institutions had been threatened. "Will you write this up?" Holmes asked. "Add it to your chronicles of our adventures?" Watson considered this. The story was certainly dramatic enough. Impossible sightings, royal impostors, conspiracies reaching into multiple governments. But it was also deeply sensitive, touching on matters of state security and royal dignity that probably shouldn't be publicized. Perhaps someday, when sufficient time has passed, the details can be shared without causing damage. For now, I think this one remains sealed. Probably wise, though I confess I'd enjoy reading your dramatic account of events. You have a gift for making even the most straightforward investigations sound like adventures from popular fiction. That's because they are adventures, Holmes. You simply fail to notice because you're too busy analysing evidence to appreciate the drama of the moment. They talked into the evening, revisiting the case from various angles, discussing what they might have done differently, and marvelling at how many elements had needed to align perfectly for their success. Mrs. Hudson brought them dinner. She'd learned not to expect regular mealtimes from her tenants, but ensured they ate nonetheless, and they consumed it while continuing their analysis. The comfortable rhythm of their partnership fully restored after days of tension and uncertainty. Eventually, Watson's exhaustion overcame his lingering nervous energy, and he retired to his room, leaving Holmes still sitting by the fire, lost in thought. Watson suspected his friend would remain there most of the night, replaying events, cataloguing lessons learned, preparing himself for the next impossible puzzle that would inevitably arrive to disturb their temporary peace. But for now, the mystery was solved. The Queen remained singular rather than doubled. The conspiracy was dismantled, and London slept, its citizens unaware that they'd come within a fraction of a second and a few feet of space from witnessing a scandal that might have shaken the foundations of the empire. Watson lay in bed, listening to the familiar sounds of Baker Street settling for the night, and found himself thinking about identity and illusion, about the strange doubled world where reality and performance intersected. Marie had become Victoria through costume and bearing and practiced gestures, but Victoria herself, Watson realised, was also performing Victoria, had been performing the role of Queen for so many decades that perhaps she'd forgotten where the performance ended and the person began. Every public appearance was a carefully maintained illusion, every photograph a constructed image designed to project authority and continuity, which meant, in a sense, that there were always two Victorias, The private woman grieving her husband and aging into an uncomfortable reality, and the public monarch performing eternal stability for an empire that needed to believe in such things. The conspiracy had simply attempted to make that metaphorical duality literal, to expose what was already true about the nature of authority in an age of mechanical reproduction. But they'd stopped it. They'd preserved the illusion that there was only one queen, only one truth, only one reality. And if that preservation required its own elaborate performance, its own counter-conspiracy, well, perhaps that was simply the price of maintaining certainty in an age when certainty had become negotiable. Watson's thoughts grew hazier as sleep approached, images and ideas blending into the sort of pre-dream confusion where logic loosened and symbols took over. He saw photographs that moved and breathed, queens that multiplied like reflections in facing mirrors, conspiracies that unfolded like infinite regress of Russian dolls, each one containing another, containing. And then sleep claimed him entirely, and the day's drama faded into memory, already beginning its transformation into story, into the sort of tale that would one day be told when sufficient time had passed, when the participants were gone and the stakes had diminished into historical curiosity. In the sitting room, Holmes remained by the fire, smoking his pipe and staring into the flames with that distant expression that suggested his mind was already moving ahead, anticipating the next case, the next puzzle, the next impossible mystery that would require solving. London slept. The Crystal Palace stood empty on its hilltop, its glass panes gleaming in moonlight like captured dreams. And in various cells and holding rooms across the city, conspirators waited to learn their fates, their audacious plan reduced to evidence and testimony, their impossible vision of doubled queens dissolved back into the singular certainty of authority maintained. The case of the Queen's Doppelgänger was closed, the mystery was solved, and if the solution revealed troubling truths about the nature of reality in an age of images and illusions, well, that was a problem for another day, another investigation, another story waiting to be told when the world was ready to hear it. For now, in the quiet hours before dawn, Baker Street held its peace, and two men who'd saved an empire without anyone knowing it needed saving, rested in the satisfaction of puzzles solved and disasters averted. The fog was returning, curling up from the Thames with its usual patient persistence, wrapping London in its familiar embrace. And somewhere in that fog-wrapped city, the next mystery was already forming, waiting for its moment to emerge and demand attention. But that was tomorrow's concern. Tonight, there was only silence and sleep, and the deep satisfaction of truth preserved against those who'd sought to make it negotiable. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're drifting beneath the moonlit calm of Edinburgh, the warm ocean breeze of Fiji, the gentle city glow of Seoul, or the quiet evening charm of Ljubljana. If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in calm and wonder. Let the world slow around you. Let your thoughts grow light. Let your dreams wander softly into the night. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.